like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. Bet on the smoke, patient we wait to attack. I feel like I've lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious, I'm knocking, yeah, I'm taking your back. I feel like I'm caustic, looting your buddy, your homie still choking on gas. I'm laughing, baiting the enemy, hoping they pick up your slack. Yeah, winning now feels like a thing of the past. Your props are gonna throw up the glass. We take what we want, we leave in the trash. Racking up facts as we move through the map. We're waiting for people to follow my track.
All right, what's going on, everybody? It's Tuesday, and that means it is time for Series E. My name is Yeso. I will be your host today, and welcome back as Esports Arena kicks off week number 6 of season 3. It's Pop-Tarts week here, and I'm super excited about all of the action this week. Our teams starting to separate themselves, and as we are about to hit the halfway mark of this season, things are only going to heat up as the action continues. Welcome, everybody. I hope you are having a wonderful week here. For those of you that are new, I just want to break down what Series E, in fact, is. Okay, Series E is a professional Apex Legends open circuit that absolutely anyone can join. We have 9 squads that qualified either through our open qualifiers prior to the season or based on their placement in Season 2 of Series E. Now, all of those 9 squads have been drafted and signed by our 9 partnered brands, and all of those players now make $750 a month salary, as well as compete weekly for points and prize money every Tuesday night against other open squads just like they used to be themselves, and then every single Wednesday against some of the best pro players from all across North America. If you and your squad want to get in on the action, head over to matcherino.com/ESA for a shot at being a future Series E Pro. Now, ton of action this week, as I already mentioned. It is Pop-Tarts week, and that squad trying to climb up the standings are sitting inside the top 4 and looking to make a leap and chase down the likes of teams Razer, Pringles, and Intel. It's going to be a tough task, while a mosh pit below the top 4 are trying to separate themselves from the pack and try and jump into that block of teams that are, at least for now, set to qualify for the next season of Series E. A lot of things on the line here this week, but before we get into the games, we play our own game here before the show on Series E, and that is Deal or Steal. I've got a very special guest joining me here for Pop-Tarts week, and it is one of our pro players for Team Pop-Tarts. I've got Lion joining me right now to play some Deal or Steal. So, Lion, welcome to the show, my man. Happy Pop-Tarts week. It's good to have you. How we doing? Just one moment, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot hear Lion right now, so we'll get that adjusted for you. Lion, you there, man?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, I can still not hear Lion myself. I can hear him out in production, but I do not have his feed in my ear. So bear with us one moment, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get Lion up just so I can have a conversation with him here as we kicked off Pop-Tarts week. We'll get things rolling. Reminder, we've got 6 games tonight, folks. A ton of games to play here. All of our teams competing again with open squads. So anybody could have signed up to come and compete with our signed teams here tonight. 11 of those teams will compete with our 9 partnered squads. All right, what's up, Lion? I think I got you now. Oh. No, I do not. I'm sorry, Lion. We're just trying to get our wires a little crossed here right now. Obviously, swapping into the new studio has been fun, but obviously there's always little quirks to work out here on the technical side every time we do that, but we love it. I love being in this brand new, beautiful space. I don't know if you guys were able to get a look at it a week ago, but it's gorgeous. We also did our Pokemon TCG stream right in here last Thursday, and that was a lot of fun. This is just a very cool studio to hang out in, to do content in. We've also got some very cool new content coming very soon that I'm very excited to show you guys that we do in this studio as well. So keep an eye on that. If you guys want to keep an eye on everything we got going on, just check out our socials. Check us out at esportsarena.com as well. We got all kinds of good stuff over there. So bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get this audio issue fixed right now and get that sorted out. But as we get ready then for Deal or Steal, I just want to talk a little bit more about what kind of I'm expecting for this week. The standings are starting to get really close. Over the last couple of weeks, we've seen a couple of shakeups. Intel obviously was dominating through weeks 3 and 4. They won consecutive open nights and really had opened up quite a significant gap at the top of the standings. But with Team Razor having a strong performance last Tuesday, and Pringles having just a good last couple of weeks, that gap has closed, right? It is lower than a 100-point margin between first, second, and third now. So Team Intel needs to continue to be consistent and start to put up some more consistent top placings if they want to separate themselves from the pack. Because if we go back to Season 2, the top of the table was Team Pringles and Team Pop-Tarts throughout almost the entire season. And what we really saw was that Team Pringles pulled away, they built that gap, and then they continued to maintain it. Even if they weren't placing top 3 every single night, that 100 to 150 point gap was very steadily maintained by them, and it was an easy way for them to set up and win that championship last season. But the nice thing is, I got a little birdie whispering in my ear right now. I believe we're about ready to get Deal or Steal under the way. Lion, we're going to try this one more time, my man. Happy Pop-Tarts Week. Welcome to the show. How we doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm doing great, brother. Excited about this week's games. I'm excited for you guys. Let's just get right into it, though. We got Deal or Steal here to play today, and I want to break down the rules for you and for the viewers at home. Okay, I got 20 Apex crates with a range of awesome prizes. I got stuff from Pop-Tarts. I got stuff from Cheez-It, Rockstar, Razor. I got an Xbox Series X hiding in there. And to start the game, Lion is going to take one of those crates. He's going to pick it. We're going to set it off to the side. We're going to then go through multiple different rounds where we're going to eliminate crates off of the board and prizes. Just set those aside. At the end of each round, I will have a deal for Lion. He can either take the deal or he can elect to steal and keep playing the game. If we get to the end of all 3 rounds and he hasn't taken any of my deals, we will open the crate that he selected from the start and he will get the prize that is inside. Does that make sense, Lion?
Yep.
All right, sounds like a plan. Let's throw the game up on the board. And for all of you at home, if you want to come and play Deal or Steal with me, just like Lion is today, make sure to subscribe to us on Twitch. You will be entered into a raffle to come and play Deal or Steal with me. You can see all those awesome prizes on the right side of your screen right now. We got crates 1 through 20. Lion, what is the lucky crate today?
Gotta go with lucky number 7.
Lucky number 7, he says. Awesome. So we'll set aside number 7 here. Is there a specific prize you got your eyes on today? Is it that Xbox Series X? Do you want like a nice new backpack? You looking for some Apex coins?
Of course, winning the Xbox would be nice.
Okay.
But I'm just happy to be participating.
Hey, I love to hear it, and I mean, it's a win-win. There's great prizes all across the board here. So let's kick off the first round. We got 19 crates other than number 7 that we set aside. 9 of them have to go this round. So let's just start rolling through them one by one. We'll crack these suckers open.
Sounds good. I can just pick a number.
Just pick a number, my man.
Let's go 14.
14. He sets aside 7. We're going to double it up. Open up 14 to start. We want to start in those white tier prizes. Can we do it? And we will. The Apple Jacks Jumbo Snacks pack off the rip. That's a good start, Lion.
And then I can just keep going.
Call out the next one. Let's keep it moving.
20.
20, he says, down to that bottom right-hand corner. Let's see if we can keep the white tiers rolling here at the start. It's going to be, 6,700 Apex coins. I don't know if you have that heirloom collection complete, but if not, that one's going to sting a little bit.
Sting a little bit.
All right, 14 to 20.
And then next, number 5.
Number 5, okay. Second row. That blue tier we just hit will sting a little, but I think we can recover here real quick. Oh, the Razer Black Widow V3 wireless keyboard. Okay.
It's stinging.
Yeah, I feel you on that one.
We'll go with number 17.
Number 17, 3 off the board. 6 more to go this round. We're kind of scattershot there on the prizes so far. We need to get back rolling in those white tiers. Can we do it? It's an esports arena mystery box. The nice thing is, if you had your eyes on that prize, there's still another one on the table. So all is not lost on the esports arena swag front. What are we thinking next? 17 there. What's up?
Let's go with 10.
Number 10. Is there a Nestle Splash Water pack in this one? Maybe a Cheez-It pack? That's the kind of prize we're looking for. It's the Pringles pack. There we go.
That's what I like to see.
Team Pringles, one of those squads sitting just above you guys on the standings. We'll get them out of here, and you guys can rip them out of second place here real soon, maybe.
Let's go with number 1.
Number 1. All right, up to that top left corner. This is number 6 of the round, and it's the Rice Krispies Treats pack. Okay.
Nice.
Now we're moving, baby.
This is what I like to see. All right, number 12.
Number 12, okay. Can we make it 3 white tier prizes in a row? Oh, we won't. It's the Razor
man.
backpack. That one's gonna
stung.
sting. Yeah. 2 more to
We'll
go.
go with number 9.
Number 9, okay. We need to get back in those white tiers. I want to have a good deal for you the first time around. Been a bit of a rough go there in the middle, but there's the Pop-Tarts pack for Pop-Tarts Lion.
Team Pop-Tarts.
There we go. He finds it in late round number 1. Okay, last crate of the round. Last one we're opening before my first deal.
Let's do number 4.
Number 4, back up to the top row for the last crate of round number 1. We need a white tier prize. Ooh, it's the other esports arena mystery box. Okay. So that's round 1 done. Bit of a roller coaster round there, Lion. We started with a white tier.
For
We hit a
sure.
couple of there late, but we also hit 2 of those Razor prizes off the board. The good thing is the Black Shark headset, still up there. That's a fantastic headset. I use it at my desk at work. Absolutely love it. The Xbox Series X, still up there as well. That's the big kind of chase prize here. So my deal for you the first round, gonna be a little lower, but I know you got all those Pop-Tarts. I know you're snacking while you're competing here on Tuesday and Wednesday nights. I wanna make sure you're hydrated and you got the energy as well. So I've got a Rockstar pack for you here with my first deal. I wanna make sure you're nice hydrated up, got plenty of energy in you while you're competing here in Series E. So deal or steal, my man.
I'm going to say steal.
Okay, there's still great prizes on the board.
Yeah.
And we could still try and hunt
Xbox
those
is still
down.
up there.
Yep. I knew you were going to say steal. I knew it. Okay, so first round's done. We opened 9 crates. This time around, 6. We got to open up 6 before my next deal.
Let's knock out the first row. Let's go number 2.
Number 2. Test the waters up in that first row. See if we can get some good ones off the board. And we will with the first one, the Nestle Splash Water Pack. So back-to-back rounds. We're starting in the white tier prizes. So now we just got to keep that momentum going.
Number 3.
Number 3. He's going to stick to his plan. I love it. Inside number 3, is it the other Nestle Splash Water Pack? Maybe some Cheez-Its, maybe a Rockstar. It's a Series E jersey of your choice. But hey, guess what? Check out my man right now. He's already rocking a Pop-Tarts jersey. I'm rocking the matching one here in the studio, so I think he's good.
You're looking good in it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. They're comfortable. I wear them all the time. It's nice.
They really are.
I'm building out my collection of all the brands. See, yeah, look at us. We didn't even coordinate this, ladies and gents. This is just, we were just on the same wavelength. Awesome. Okay, so 2 and 3 down. We got 4 more to go this round.
Let's see what's under number 13.
Ooh, lucky number 13. It was Friday the 13th last week, too.
It was.
What do we got inside number 13? It's the other Series E jersey of your choice.
Nice.
And as we just mentioned, I think that is just fine to get off the board here. We'll save it for one of the viewers who wins the raffle can come in and win that jersey. Grab yourself a Pop-Tarts jersey. So 3 down, 3 to go.
Number 6.
Number 6, he says. We need a big pull here. It's going to be a Cheez-It pack, and that is exactly what we're looking for, ladies and gentlemen. Lion is rolling in this second round.
Looking good. Let's go with number 8.
Number 8, okay. Getting rid of the rest of those single digits. Number 8, inside that one, we're going to have, the Razer Wireless Black Shark V2 Pros. Okay.
That stung.
But I think we can still finish the round with a bang here. The Nestle Splash Water Pack and the Rockstar still on the table, so you got a shot to get one of those wide tier prizes. Last one of the round. Where are we going?
11.
11. We're going to Snake Eyes. We're just going to isolate number 7 up there. All by itself.
That's my plan.
Inside number 11, 2150 Apex coins. One of the blue tiers, but one of the lower blue tiers.
Yep.
That's just fine. There's still another Apex coin prize on there if you're really looking for it. So, round 2 down.
Do this deal.
The deal's going to get a little better this time. I know you kind of sighed when you hit that 6,700 Apex coins early. And while I can't give you that big, I can kind of meet you in the middle here. I want to help you get those heirlooms. 4,800 Apex coins is my offer to you, Lion. Now, let me explain how the rest of the show is going to go, okay? You can take this deal, you walk home, we're done. If you say steal, we're going to open up 3 more crates. I will have one final deal for you then. If you don't take that one, then we open number 7. And the Xbox is still on the table. I love it.
We have to.
I love it. Lion wants to go the distance, folks. So we're going to say steal. Get those Apex coins out of here. My man has his eyes on the prize. So 15, 16, 18, 19. 3 of those have got to go, and the Xbox is either in one of those or it's hiding inside number 7.
Go 19.
Going to 19. All right, come on. No Xbox, no Xbox, no Xbox. It's not an Xbox. It's the Rockstar pack. That is a great pull, Lion.
Awesome.
Oh, we're going down to the wire here, folks.
Let's knock out number 18.
Number 18, close out that bottom row. We're looking for the Nestle Splash, the Walmart gift card, or those last bits of Apex coins. That's what we're looking for in this pack. Can we find it? It's the Apex coins!
Nice.
Lion! My heart rate is picking up over here, dude.
You're telling me.
Okay, so
Oh my god.
15 or 16. It's either got the Walmart gift card, the Xbox, or the Nestle Splash Water Pack. What are we doing, man?
15.
15, he says. Did he pull the Xbox off the rip? If it's not in here, there's a 50% shot that he did it. No, the Xbox Series X was inside number 15.
That one stung.
Now we got to collect ourselves here a little bit because we're at the end of our ride here. 7 and 16 still up. My final deal for you here. I was holding on to hope that you were still going to have the Xbox on the table because my deal was going to be real good for you this time around. It's going to go down a little bit. 2150 Apex coins for you this time around. If you say no, we crack open number 7, we see what's inside, and you're either getting a Walmart gift card or we're going to get you nice and hydrated with some Nestle Splash.
I'm going to go with steal. I'm in too deep.
You're in too deep? I love it. Lion's going the distance.
Yeah.
And you know what? If you snag that $50 Walmart gift card, you can go get a bunch of Pop-Tarts or whatever you need to make sure you're stocked up for this week. So we went the distance, folks. Number 7, production, crack that sucker open. Let's see what Lion won today. It's the $50 Walmart gift card. There we go.
That's what I like to see.
So a little
It did pay off. It
a
did
little
pay off.
dagger there at the end of the round with the Xbox, but I think he still come out on top here big time.
I'm still happy. Still happy about it.
Awesome. We love to see it. Lion, thank you so much for joining me, my man. Best of luck this week. Obviously, you guys got 12 games ahead of you. Let me just give you the final word here. How you feeling for this week as you get ready to play?
I'm feeling extremely motivated, ready to take over Pop-Tarts week. And we're going to kill it.
All right. Love to see it. Make sure to watch all through this week. Lion, Z Davis, the Pop-Tarts boys competing. You're not going to win or miss out on all of that action. Deal or Steal, ladies and gentlemen. Again, if you guys want to play, make sure to subscribe to us on Twitch. You'll have a shot to win a spot to come and play with me. Thank you so much to Lion, and best of luck to he and the squad. And folks, it's time. SeriesE Apex Legends. It's open night here. I'm going to be here breaking down all of the action tonight, but let's get it rolling.
SeriesE.
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 Apex Legends.
Apex Legends.
SeriesE Apex Legends starts right now. All right, welcome everybody to SeriesE. You got myself, Jamerson, along with T-Square to bring you all the action. It is Pop-Tarts week, and it is open night, so it's going to be a lot of fun. Early aggression is what we're expecting tonight, Tom, and it's going to be Pop-Tarts week, so let's go ahead and, keep an eye on them. It's going to be Z Davis, Exile, and Lion that represent, of course, Pop-Tarts throughout all the season. We got awesome giveaways as well. The Pop-Tarts tasting kit, the SeriesE jersey. We've also included some Razor products in there with the Huntsman Mini and the Viper Ultimate that you guys can win on our Twitter giveaway. So make sure you're following Esports Arena for that. But let's go ahead and break down what's going to be taking place tonight. Of course, it's open night, but nothing really changes in terms of the format. We have 6 games we'll be playing on World's Edge. It's the new World's Edge for this season as well. We have $500 on the line, with $350 going to first place and $150 going to second place. So, even though Lion missed out on that Xbox, if he wins tonight, it'll help him, work his way towards that. Now, with the point distribution, nothing really changing there, of course. Kills matter, placements matter, and I feel like on these open nights, the kills matter a lot more than anything else, Tom. All right, we're going to get Tom back in here in just a moment, and wait, I think we got him back. Tom, you're back. So yeah, it's open night, right? And typically on open nights, we see a lot more aggression coming out from our partnered squads.
We do. And Lion's mental is absolutely shot now after playing Deal or Steal, because that game is unforgiving as hell. So good luck, Lion, during Team Pop-Tarts week, because went from winning the Xbox Series S to $50 real quick, man. Absolutely devastating.
Yeah, imagine tilting before the games start. That's a double-edged sword of playing Deal or Steal before the games start. But of course, if you guys want an opportunity to actually participate in Deal or Steal, make sure you're sub to our channel here on Twitch, because we do, of course, get our subs on to the game. Let's take a look at the competitors that we have. And of course, it is open registration night, so 11 squads will be joining our 9 partnered squads, hopefuls really, to try and make it into season 4 of SeriesE. And we have a lot of course, returning players. And what I'm looking at right now is going to be, of course, Madness's new team.
Yeah, Madness's team for sure. And then you have a lot of other really good players that come through, though. I mean, look at Midnight, who hasn't played in a while. I mean, he's one of the early grinders that we've had, teaming with him and Annie for a very long time. Mochi's on that team with Trinal. You have Crispy Bacon and Fat Fruit Ninja, who's another really solid team. And yeah, I mean, I'm looking out for the bench warmers for sure, but they were kind of nowhere to be found last week. To be honest with you, there was a lot of other good teams that came up here, teams that haven't won tournaments. And when you look at Madness, Knock, and Rambo, they still have a little bit of kinks to work out. And every day and every game is different, and every week is going to be different with SeriesE. So hopefully they learned a little bit of what they could do last week, come through and apply it today. Because while you're looking here, you say, okay, well, this is open night. There's not TSM or the CLGs out here, the Liquids. Well, you have a lot of the members from those teams right here. But yet that goes to show how good the partner teams actually are if they're not here just easily winning that. So you got to watch out for the teams like Team Pringles, Team Intel, who've been playing phenomenal. Team Pop-Tarts during their week is going to be looking pretty good as well. And now you have Team Razor, who's been playing pretty solid over the last couple of weeks as well.
Yeah, there are teams, particularly during the open nights, that perform leaps and bounds better than they would on the pro nights. And so this is where we see a lot of the farming of points. If we can, I would love to bring up the cumulative season leaderboards just to see where everyone's stats. If we can, that would be awesome. So we'll see if production can get that for us, because of course we are coming down to almost the halfway mark. Yeah, I think we are at the halfway mark right now in week 6 of SeriesE. And so after this week, there will be another 6 more weeks. And so this is a good point to kind of check in, and at least at the end of this week to see where everyone stands, because again, relegations are going to be a thing. The bottom 5 teams will have to re-qualify for SeriesE, and just because you made it once does not mean you're going to be able to make it again. There are so many hopefuls that are trying to get into SeriesE.
And then you have a team like Sniper Meta as well, who doing a touch base on, who was one of the teams that did pretty well during our open week last week. So, looking out for Helping Rollers and Blade. Those are 3 really solid players. Splash was a team that excelled on the pro day, but not on the actual open day. So we'll see how Tangy's going to be able to do in Fit of Malice today. And there's that cumulative leaderboard you were talking about. It got a lot closer after our pro day last week.
Yeah, only a 39-point difference between Intel and Pringles. Intel had like maybe a 150 point difference at the beginning of like last week, but Team Pringles really brought the fire last week. And so now it's become much closer, except going down to that 4th spot, when you're on the bubble, Team Pop-Tarts, there's a 101 point difference between them and Razor, but then everyone else below them, it is a really tight race. The difference between 3rd and 4th is actually larger than the difference between 4th and the 9th place position. And so there's still a lot of room, especially when we have 7 more weeks of competition to go.
Yeah, we're virtually looking at a 1-game difference between whether you're in 4th place or even in 7th place. So that's how close all these games are going to be. That's how close all these teams are, and that's how much every single game really means going forward. And one of the teams that really has to step it up is Team Rice Krispie Treats, who kind of reminds me of what Nestle Splash was doing early on with E-Boy Ronnie, how they were sitting at the bottom trying to figure out their play style. And Rice Krispie Treats really hasn't figured out, in my opinion, a play style. It's like they're trying to get into the middle of the zone. They're trying to play edge. They're somewhere in between. Next thing you know, they're taking a fight and they're getting third-partied and dying for it. So, then you have other things that are going on with 50-50s and teams not getting points, but those are the teams over towards the top of the leaderboard as well. So really, I think that Applejacks Rice Krispies have what it takes. But from what we've seen from, Splash and Cheez-It during Cheez-It week last week and then on the pro day, I'm not counting out 7, 8, and 9. I just need to see more out of 7, 8, and 9 like I've seen from Pop-Tarts, Cheez-It, and Splash.
Yeah, I think when we talk about some of the teams in the bottom 5, especially like Team Rockstar, they're the ones that have been challenged a bit more, right? Getting kicked out of their landing spot during the pro nights, basically by Team Intel, I believe, who've been challenging them there. And we've seen something about Lava City. There's always someone contesting for Lava City, and our open teams fight for it. But here we go, heading into the first game of the evening, SeriesE Pop-Tarts Week. Let's go into World's Edge.
Find out and see exactly how many 50-50s we are going to get. Usually pretty fast-paced in game number 1 to start things off. Teams trying to figure out exactly where they're going. But, it's pretty fortunate is we are having a lot of reoccurring names in here and a lot of reoccurring teams. So we may not have as many 50-50s off the rip as we were expecting. But you can see there's already been a decent amount of damage happening our way on the Pop-Tart side. And Fat Fruit Ninja is going to be the first one to get a knock right there with the Volt. Now Lion and Z Davis going to have to find out where that player is and where the rest of the enemy players are as well. That's going to be a nice rip there from the flat line for Lion. Let's see if they can answer this back and try to make this a 2-on-2.
Z Davis with a drop down, taking out Crispy Bacon. Now, where is the rest of this squad? Pushing the bubble, Z Davis is by himself, but is Lion going to be able to handle this? Has to be careful. He's already been cracked down to about 5 HP. Z proficiency is there, and if you're Lion, you're facing off against the Prowler on the other side. It's just going to be too much damage coming out. Z proficiency will clean up Lion. And Pop-Tarts Week not starting off strong, going down first in game number 1.
Yeah, it looks like he got the box of Tyler CEO bathwater right there, which is the worst of the prizes that you can get in SeriesE. So, you know, we'll go again in game 2, Team Pop-Tarts. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's just the first game, and so now you know you are getting challenged here at Lava Siphon as FKP should start moving in. Team Pringles, though, over at Climatizer, we've been seeing them get some really good results out of this area, but are they getting challenged? It does look like there's a team on the other side. So they have to be careful in how they approach this, taking the gondolas over quite possibly, as Fury doesn't have his jump pad quite yet. It's up in 7 more seconds or so, and it looks like they will just gondola over.
And I'm not quite sure what he's thinking with the boat check, because is that something that is coming back in style? Maybe he watched Calamity's most recent clip on Instagram. Not really quite sure what's going through the head of Fury right now, but it is a fun weapon to use, and Team Pringles does like to have fun, so we'll see. Boat check PK coming in for the back pocket right now. And we'll see if it's going to be PK or EVA 8, you know, because we've had this conversation with the EVA 8 being nerfed. There's, you know, a lot of good options. Mastiff is still viable, PK is viable, right? And people still going with that EVA 8 because they started to get pretty good with it once it became a little bit overpowered in the previous patches. So glad to see Fury still on board with that one. Personally, I don't know. It's tough. I like the Mastiff or the PK just solely off the fact that there's so many bubble fights that are still taking place. I just feel like that gun seems to work a little bit better for me overall, but it is kind of what your preference is. There's a 50-50 over towards Lava City, and it's going to be Intel going at it. And this is something that we saw Team Razor capitalize on from Dome on our open day. It looks like this fight is taking place fairly late.
Yeah, I believe it's Applejacks on the other side of this one. We also got to look at the map just beforehand. So it's going to be a Geyser ending, possibly pulling up to No Name, but we'll have to take a look at the later rings right now, as looks like that team is just going to be out getting some decent damage off, hitting for Flesh, but you know, at this point, you're just going to be farming the Evo shields. It looks like they will charge them up as well. Team Cheese It in a fight, though, and it's going to be Rambo and Madness on the other side, getting 2 knocks there. So the bench warmers picking up 2 KP early on, getting themselves very early circle on here at Geyser.
Yeah, this is good because I like what Legends they're playing. I think that Knock is an extremely strong Gibby, especially with the fact that he's playing on Controller. Madness has always been one of the great entry fraggers playing on Wraith. This time, he's going to go with Octane. And they've already found themselves, in a priority position in the middle of this zone while picking up kills, which is something that's, fairly hard to do. This is a place where you typically aren't going to be finding kills along the way. So nice job by the bench warmers. We'll see which side of Geyser this pulls towards. Like you were saying, it is kind of favoring over towards this side, but you don't really anticipate that much more action over here. We'll see if Benchwarmers is going to continue to have to fend off teams, or if they're going to actually look to make some of their own action.
Rambo getting some decent damage off with the longbow, does get himself that purple Evo shield, and can definitely work towards the red one with how much ammo he has left for that sniper. Applejacks, though, as it looks like they're in a gatekeeping position now here on the south side. As you can see, that ring pulling over to Geyser now. Team Intel will try to make the cross. And how safe will it be for them? And then they might have to bubble, or they can just kind of take their time, go for some cursory loot, because it doesn't look like anyone took that big building just to the southeast. So Team Intel don't need to barrel their way into this for now. They can just wait this one out and then force the issue a little bit later on. We'll see how long Applejacks decide to stick around here for, but typically we see teams really being able to favor a lot of these chokes.
And we've seen Applejacks play similar styles over towards these type of zones before, as we get a look at the sniper meta and what they're doing. They are, in my opinion, probably the best spot overall. This area has a lot of real estate. You have your back completely cleared. You keep everything in front of you. and the zones tend to pull over towards this side a little bit more often than not. So we'll see exactly which zone this is as we go into zone 3 and 4. But going back to Applejack's position, you can see RCO has a lot of free area that they're working with. You can see Abe, Sambino, Kimchi playing the other choke on the opposite side of where Applejack's is. And then Intel, like you were saying, made their way over towards where Applejack's was playing the Geyser zone, Lava City's zone last week, which is that 3-story building. But I do think that was a smart play from Applejack's just to kind of get ahead of where they're at and just continue to just be a nuisance and try to just keep Team Intel out of there. And Intel's like, all right, well, if that's the case, we're going to sit here and craft, make sure that we have enough batteries for when you do rip our shields, because we are going to have to cross our area fairly soon. I guess what you were really hoping for if you're Team Intel is that someone's going to rotate, similar from where Sorting Factory would have been and come that way on top of the rotation that is going to distract Applejack's. Then you kind of swoop in and try to be the third party.
Yeah, a team that does not looks like they have the tools to fend off the third parties is the caustic meta. It isn't as strong as I was expecting it to be with the changes to caustic, but we are still seeing him, right? Maybe he has like a 5% usage so far in a lot of the games that we've seen. But if you can get him to the late game, he can be incredibly strong. It's, we don't know, running that with the Seer, of course, and then the movement, the mobility, it's going to come out from the Wraith. So I've been loving seeing the just diversity in compositions that we've had this season. It feels like with every iterative change in Apex Legends, we are seeing more and more diversity.
No doubt about it. You have to take this one away. My dog is not feeling too hot right now, so that's all you, Jamerson.
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
be right back.
Go deal with it. Applejack's right now, though, have to deal with, it looks like Intel trying to creep up, and they did what you was expected. A squad seems to be rotating in from Sorting, or well, Lava Siphon now. And if that team can close the distance up on Applejack's and maybe start off the fight early on, then Intel can come in for the third party. Blueberry Smalls here on the high ground, though, with the charge rifle, have the tools to try and fend off any pushes, but it looks like Intel have closed the ground without too much damage going across onto them. Intel going in first. Applejack's Kupski's going to be forced back with that Q here, and you have Protectful covering him, though, with the Prowler. He's a little bit short in terms of ammo, as he's on, oh my goodness, actually, no mag for him. So he's got 4 bursts in that one. So there's going to be a lot of downtime on him, unfortunately, without having that mag. Hitting the Q, realizes that Intel are now going to be pushing for the roof. Blueberry Smalls going to try and challenge along with Protectful, but Team Intel have forced them down into it. We'll see how hard they commit onto this. Of course, they are running the Valkyrie on the other side. If they want to, they can just completely avoid this fight. We'll see how much intel they can actually get, as they have to be worried about the rotation coming in from the Sorting side. Protectful throwing down his ultimate, not in the best of positions, it's out in the open, but they do challenge the door. The Arc Star cracking Protectful, but they have not cleared that Seer ultimate. So Team Intel are not ready to push quite yet. You can see how strong that Q really is out from the Seer, stopping the heals, slowing down the reset, defense and bombardment coming down as well. They'll just be able to drop down to the low, and that gives the opportunity for Applejacks to retake the height right now. And I don't like this. I want Intel to kind of stop this push, because you can see the team on the western edge has been poking away. They want to get involved in this fight as well. Pokes out from Protectful on the other side, and you can see that the roof control is just gone from Team Intel, and they might consider retaking. We'll find out. Maybe Dupe is waiting for his bubble as Verholst gets some decent damage off, and now Team Intel are actually starting to realize that another team's getting involved in this. They're being forced, Applejack's on the other side, to push this way. As they back off, we'll see. It's going to be Nestle Splash on the other side of this one, fighting up against Fat Brew Ninja. So we have 4 teams showing up right now, as they have lost out on one. They're trying to get the res onto Cardi B here, and we'll be able to get him back up. Just Gibby holds the angle for now, and it looks like it's just going to be a reset coming out from all 4 squads. Nestle Splash, considering just rotating out of this one, they have plenty of time to work with.
Yeah, looks like I came back at the right time, because this is what we were talking about before I left, is the possible third parties that are going to be taking place. And for the record, all the fluffy pets in this area are good. It was Nidalee. She's okay, though. And Splash is stuck. Ooh. Oh, the portal's saving him right there. Doja gets right back. That's a really big play, but it has to be annoying for Splash to try to get into this building, and you're trying to again worry about fighting this team and worrying about the other fight that's taking place. But a big nade right there from Doja is going to get Fat Fruit Ninja down, and that bubble is actually going to be very, very useful for them to get this extra cover, especially when they don't have a bubble to work around. There's the finish right there. There's a third party coming though, perfectly timed from Applejack. The problem is they're not as weak as they were hoping for, so this is taking a couple extra shots. Blueberry's taking a lot of damage, and oh man, I love the way Protectful was sitting there using the PK, but here's another player with a massive, and that's the fourth party we were talking about, Team Razor.
Where's Intel throughout all of this? Well, they're in right now as Razor decide to push the portal. They finish off Applejacks. Where is Intel though? As their did go down, Intel might have just actually ulted out of here. They are running that Valkyrie. I didn't see them on the kill feed either. So yeah, we're down to 13 squads, and I mean that's what we expect in game number 1 of open night here for Series E. Things to go extremely fast. 13 squads, as a third ring hasn't even begun closing yet. But right now, Team Razor, they do have to walk in with the zone, and it looks like Team Intel avoided that fight, and somehow took a really good position here in the center zone. The ring continuing to pull over to Geyser.
This is one of the ending spots too. We've talked about a lot of different Geyser endings before, but in the back is another very popular ending. You have a good rotation here though, because you can play from there to the very back, and then you're also going to be gatekeeping the choke area. And it looks like there's 2 teams that are going to be gatekeeping the choke area. This was Rockstar that made their way down from the opposite choke, and now they're playing on the outside of the buildings trying to make their way in. But you can see exactly where everybody is. You still have bench warmers in the area, and there's a lot of resistance in here if you're on the outside. So we'll see what Hambino's going to have to do on this Caustic, because realistically, I don't see anybody else on his team capable of making a play with the composition that they have. They're not able to bubble enter into anywhere. They're not going to be able to entry frag unless it's going to be Kimchi Lee flying through. So Hambino has to sit here and just play AoE and just constantly own this outside.
Yeah, Horizon Ultimate going down there, but he's already pre-popped those barrels. No push quite yet, says they're trying to deal with the black hole and finally do clear now, making their entry into the building. There was already one knock on the aside as Aves goes down. Clinical able to get the one clip onto him. Answered back quite yet. No, they have not. Here comes the push, though, as a duo to try and finish him off. But Nemusona takes out Hambino, and 2 members of Rockstar are down. A third party already rearing to go. It looks like they have to recover themselves, and so somehow Rockstar survive and count their lucky stars as we join on board with Team Intel getting pushed by Razor. 2 already down. Team Intel wiped out. Team Razor barely surviving with the sliver. They've got the armor swap, but Zeratricky has fallen. Baby Toolie himself is down, as well as Sniper Meta push this high ground angle. They come in for a successful third party, picking up 3 kill points there now. Blight will be able to get the armor swap for free as well. And they are in an excellent position to finish this off strong. Did you see he had about 400 light ammo left on his R301? He's going to have a swap off. So for a team that took like early position center zone, they have stabilized extremely well.
And it's really nice to go and get that extra loot. That's gonna be that third-party stabilization that they need, because they've been sitting back here so long. But it's been nice to watch how they did that with just 2 players, and then Rolder sat back and was the anchor the entire time and made sure that nobody else was pushing up on this spot, because this is the game-winning spot. So you wondered, is it worth going for these kills? Is it worth going for this loot? Yeah, if you want to win the game, you're probably going to need that loot, and you're going to have to take out a team like Team Razor along the way. So might as well do it when they're weak and a little bit distracted, as we see where Team SeriesE is. They're on the edge, playing down low here with Batro just hitting some heals now, getting some passive healing as well. Purple Bolt PK already being charged up outside of the window here, so we'll see if that player elects to go and walk in it, but it does continue to pull towards the very back. So Sniper Meta is loving the position they're in right now.
And SeriesE have so much in their way right now. They have to deal with this squad as we're back on board with Sniper Meta. They're playing this one, at least Blight is fairly aggressively, making sure that that south side is clear. And so they kind of want to try and funnel people a bit more to the north and keep them away from their buildings, make it much easier to hold. And this junction is, we have 9 full squads here. As you can see, the bench warmers are still sitting center zone. It does look like we have another squad playing inside the vault tunnel right now. The exit might still be open for the next ring as well. And then, of course, Sniper Meta just holding far back inside that corner. Look at all that loot. Again, gold mag on that R3. It's just the perfect R3, basically, to play at this range. He's got 400 ammo, too, so he can just continue to poke and prod and just kind of fire for free without any worry whatsoever.
Well, with 30 seconds left, they need to be not concerned about swapping meds and more concerned about who's watching what and what position is going to be covered, because 20 seconds from now, every single team outside the zone is going to be pushing in. Yeah, there's a lot of other fighting that happens, but that's your opportunity to go and try to get some kills over here. Let's see if Rockstar's going to be able to finish this fight. The problem is you have to finish this fight and get some reses onto Hambino immediately afterwards, plus other teams are looking at you. It's not looking good for Rockstar. The 1 HP kill from Aves. Is there enough time, though, to go and get the res? That zone is moving, and it's moving now.
Yeah, they hopefully can get the next res here, but how quickly can they reset is the big thing. Kimchi Lee hasn't even been resed yet. They just have to move in, so it doesn't seem like they'll be able to get him up. Maybe Hambino has a gold bag and he can go for the res, but no, it looks like they have given up on him.
Now we know who he likes better.
Out.
Now we know. No, it's just a legend decision. Okay, he's playing caustic. Yeah. Okay, so he got priority.
Ooh, Scripps taking a lot of damage here from the Godly Daddies, but they've already gotten 2 knocks. That's a big pickup for them, but they've lost out on 1. The zone pressuring them, another squad gatekeeping as well, and Scripps is just going to go down to the ring. The Q actually hitting there at the end there. It's going to be PSS gatekeeping. We're wondering if this tunnel was still in, and it is. As you can see, on board with PSS Stomps. You got Sleepy Panda and Dank here, but they've got a caustic barrel outside on that door. We'll see if they kind of readjust that barrel to make sure that that door can't be opened, or at least they have to grief their way out as the benchwarmers on the rotate in. Almost lost out on knocked. They'll have the bubble for the reset here, and they've got plenty of cover, but this is still a little bit dangerous for them. 5 squads, 14 players remaining.
This is definitely one of the game-winning spots, though, so nice shot right there. Coming through Madness. The problem is that you're dealing with 2 teams on this right-hand side, plus this team on the left-hand side, so they're going to have to really put their focus on one side. And right now it seems like the head glitches are so strong on the other side, they may have to just back off. And now you have the team playing inside who's still in. So most likely the team that's still in isn't going to be the biggest threat, because they're going to be playing a little bit more passive. That's going to be Sniper Meta. Blight's been playing pretty aggressive on the outside. Rollers hasn't left the roof. I'm glad that they're not all just turtling inside on the Sniper Meta side, and they're giving themselves opportunities to even do anything. It was RCO that was being a nuisance on the benchwarmer side. They're going to send it over there. Bubble going down. I like that play. Madness going to have to heal, though. Let's see if he goes for the armor swap instead. He does. Back to full health. Rambo's taking some damage as well. Defensive environment's going to come down. They already used their bubble, and they're going to fall back right to these boxes where Sniper Meta's got their eye on them.
Yeah, they should be safe now, and they're looking to pick up some of those kill points. Playing center zone early on, they weren't able to get that much KP. You can see just about 2 between the 3 of them currently. We'll see if they have more in just a moment. But now it's about fighting for this high ground as they try to get into this building. If they can get in here safely, they should be able to just reset for free. And it looks like they will be able to make it in, going in with the bubble, but they are getting pushed now. You have Blight there underneath, trying to push up, and you have bubbles coming out from either side, but the Phoenix kit is getting popped by Madness, and he will be able to get that off for free, as they're just going to coexist inside this building for now. We'll see who decides to get more aggressive, Sniper Meta or Benchwarmers. Sniper Meta looking to just actually back off now, retake roof control.
Which is something they've been doing for a very long time. They've been doing it extremely well, too. So key is just continuing to not take as much damage as the other players, and don't just obliviously poke out. And ooh, I thought he was going to take one to the face right there. Pathfinder hitbox. Thankfully, he's no longer a complete refrigerator, as Madness was lighting that one up. But I like the idea to go inside here for benchwarmers. The only problem is now you have to make it outside of one single door, and everybody is going to have their eyes on that single door. So you can go for a pick inside, and I like this play for Madness because the opportunity of going outside is not really looking strong right now, and they're going to be in the middle of all the action once they do go outside. So this is a really interesting spot for benchwarmers. Really, it comes down to Madness having to do something big.
Oh man, the third party from the outside, the team that actually were able to finesse their way into the center of the zone for now, as Benchwarmers and Sniper Meta are just kind of committed to almost griefing each other here to see who ends up getting top 2 ultimately. But We'll see. Yeah, it's going to be PSS on the outside. Panda Stomps and Dink are just holding over by that respawn beacon. And yeah, full information. They know exactly where the last two squads are. Panda looking for something here, getting a little bit aggressive on the doors, hopefully. But here comes the push out as we do have Sniper Meta still maintaining that roof control. And they're getting a little bit aggressive. So Panda has to be careful, might have to back off.
You could possibly see a crazy portal play here to even block the door where Noct is if they wanted to go for something like that. But I'm not quite sure if Sniper Meta is not rocking it, but on the other side of PSS they are. So that could be one interesting way to stop Benchwarmers from making their play. But again, remember, once the other team makes their way over towards their spot that they gave up, that was the game-winning position. It was just a very tough spot to go and hold down the entire time. And look at how Stomps is prepared to just lay down destruction with this defensive environment. That's going to buy time for Benchwarmers to go and make their move. That's going to make them force the bubble out on the other side. And now it's going to be a double bubble. Last team to put their bubble down typically has the advantage. Benchwarmers was the second team to do so. Noct is going to go down first because of that. And look at Madness Rambo. They want nothing to do with this fight.
Yeah, they're trying to avoid this as much as possible, but PSS is picking up every last kill. But Sniper Meta now coming in for that third party, just delaying that push for as long as possible off their bubble. And Sniper Meta getting center zone early on, but playing aggressive enough. We'll be able to navigate this game and take the win here in game number 1.
And it feels rightfully so that they win that game because they picked that position so early. The thing is once that first bubble went down, they were the first team to put their bubble down after the defensive environment down went from Stomps. I'm not sure how PSS decided how they wanted to approach the Madness fight over with Benchwarmers because of the fact that they had that position locked down. So that had to be a great job by Sniper Metas just fighting through the spot that they earned the entire, 20 minutes of that game. Great job by them and picking up some kill points along the way.
And it all came down to timing with the Gibraltars, with the bubbles. You saw, PSS's idea was, well, we still have our defensive bombardment on the left side. That's going to cover us. We just need to finish off this fight quickly because they did. They got all 3 members of Benchwarmers down to 50 HP, but that jump pad delayed long enough for the Sniper Meta team to come in for that third party. So congratulations for taking that win. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 2 right after this.
This is the Lion Pop-Tart. My ideal Pop-Tart would be a Nutella-filled Pop-Tart or like a hazelnut variation-filled Pop-Tart. I think it would go amazing because the pastry crust of the Pop-Tart and the hazelnut spread would just go ideal together. Perfect breakfast combination. If you guys are looking to get your favorite Pop-Tart flavor or my personal favorite, Hot Fudge Sundae, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to get whatever products you need. My name is Lion, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Pop-Tarts Week.
One shot, not a future for sure. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking. Yeah. One shot, not a future for sure. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. Your memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Put the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance that was so good for the goal. It's one shot, not a future for sure. Let's go.
Mic pack's closed, brother. Unmute your mic pack, thank you. open. You're up.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. Little bit of just technical difficulties, but we obviously have an awesome production team that jumps on all of that really quickly so that we got everything back here. And that's game number one. All so back here once again in Studio Blue, and Sniper Meta grabbing a big victory there. And it was 3 open squads at the end, and those are 2 difficult teams to fight against. The Benchwarmers there with big names on that squad, and even when you look at PSS with the likes of Stomps and a Sleepy Panda over there, that is not an easy late circle, but the Sniper Meta boys able to pull it out. So let's check our player of the game here for game number 1, and it's going to go to Blight. 5 kills, 2 assists, over 1,800 damage, and it was chaos. Bubbles left and right in that late circle, but Blight and the squad able to pull it out. So at the very least, a 19-point game there for Sniper Meta, and it really seems to now be a 2-horse race at the top of our open team leaderboard. We highlighted Oshawa's at the start of this season. They seemed like an early favorite, but since Sniper Meta has come in, they have obviously taken over first place in those standings. But Oshawa's happy to see them back, happy to see AJ back here on open night, and we'll have to see how things shake out on that front. But it's Pop-Tarts week, and it's our partnered squad's time to shine here. They need to get back to their winning ways as we get ready for game number 2. Do want to let you guys know we have another giveaway going on this week. We've got an awesome Pop-Tarts swag pack as well as a Razer keyboard in that giveaway. So if you want all the information you need, just hit !giveaway in Twitch chat. It'll give you all that you need to know. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, Tom and Jamerson will get you guys ready for game 2.
This is the Z Davis Pop-Tart. It's a normal Pop-Tart with a normal frosted coating with cheesecake filling in the middle. I just feel like cheesecake is going to be a perfect breakfast item. I love the sweet Pop-Tarts flavors, and I feel like cheesecake would be a really good filling inside of a Pop-Tart. If you're ever looking for any Pop-Tarts or new gaming gear, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to find all that you need. My name is Z Davis. I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Team Pop-Tarts Week.
All right, welcome back, guys, to SeriesE. It is Pop-Tarts week, but we did see Pop-Tarts going down first in game number 1. We'll see if they make any adjustments going into game number 2 because of that 50-50. And, you know, that's kind of a skill set in and of itself, learning how to adjust if the 50-50 doesn't go your way, Tom.
Yeah, and another skill set is sending out a tweet, so everyone could read, like Z Davis said, hey, like, why are these randoms 50-50ing us for their quote-unquote so-called practice? Tell them, Z Davis, this isn't the NFL, man. You could taunt each other as much as you want in SeriesE.
Yeah. I mean, Apex Legends and, complaining about 50-50s and fighting off drop. It's a tale as old as time. But let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard to see who stands up top, and it will be Sniper Meta. They had 9 kills overall after that win. A PSS not too far behind them, only down by 5 points. And the Benchwarmers, in third place with 13 points overall.
And, Pop-Tarts was able to sneak out that 1 kill, but one thing that they did was split up really badly in their 50-50. So I'm looking forward to seeing them kind of keep things a little bit tighter in the way that they land. And if they're able to do that, I think that they're going to be able to take this team down when push comes to shove. But a really nice game from Sniper Meta and our open teams to start things off. Obviously, we're talking about bench warmers and what they're going to be able to do to start things off. They're able to pick off some early kills over towards Geyser, rotate over towards the back, stay alive. Sniper Meta picked the best part of the map the entire time in the very back of Geyser. Not only that, was able to execute on a very nice third party and then execute here in our final moment of the game that you could see.
And I loved how PSS approached this, right? They did put the focus with the defensive environment right there on top of him, but take a look at the HP on the other side for bench warmers. Everyone was below 100. There's the first knock onto knocked, but this jump pad just buys enough time for bench warmers and delays this fight even further. And now the turnaround happens. Sniper Meta coming in. And you can see just that kind of delay makes such a huge difference in these fights. That Sniper Meta were able to top off in their bubble, come back out, and then take the win away from PSS, who honestly, I think they did execute that well, but they didn't pivot quickly enough once that jump pad went down.
Well, they executed this okay because what happens is they start to advance too far with this bubble, right? If they would have just backed off and just put the bubble in the very back of the map, then those two teams would have fought it out and they would have inch by inch went forward and won the game. But PSS sees a weak benchwarmers team coming outside the door. They think, man, I got a full send with this bubble over here and take this fight. They necessarily didn't have to. They could have just let Sniper Meta come up behind, fight benchwarmers, then they could have taken out benchwarmers when it was all said and done. So a little bit of miscommunication, a little bit of a misplay there from PSS cost them about 6-7 points. But overall, I think Sniper Meta, you have to give them credit again for picking that spot and then holding it off for so long, going for the third party onto Razor, which is easy to do because you're giving up a really good spot. Benchwarmers could have took that. And then the very ending right there is huge to pick up all of those points that you needed.
All right, here we go. Heading into game number 2. We have 5 more left to go on board with Sniper Meta. And hey, this is why they were able to get center zone. They drop over here at Geyser. We'll see if we have another Geyser ending, as it looks like the first ring did reveal itself and does seem that Geyser might be in. So we need someone to bring up the map, but it doesn't seem like they got a beacon for themselves. So I'm surprised that in this split, they didn't have LV dropping towards that south side, but there we go. We have a better look at it. So Frag East in, No Name in. And so a lot of teams are going to focus on trying to get basically that tracks position. You can see the ping going down for Team Cheese It there, and realize that more than likely this is going to end just outside of Frag East.
If you're Sniper Meta, you really can't ask for 2 better zones, because this is 1,000% going to be over towards that No Name fragment area. And yeah, you didn't get that back of the map scan in Geyser, but there's the 2 over towards the side, whether you want to take the one over towards Lava City or you want to take the one over towards No Name. And you were talking about possibly splitting. The rule usually is you have to go over towards that beacon if you're Pathfinder. So it's not uncommon to even land No Name over by yourself, since that other beacon was taken by another player. So, that could cost them some time. It could cost some rotation. We'll see if it comes up back to bite them a little bit. But PSS find themselves in a fight already over here. Look at the plays from Sleepy Panda. It looked like he did 1,000 damage right there. That was only 162 though, and 3 kills going PSS ways.
Line him up, knock him down there with the PK. Sleepy Panda surviving narrowly. But you can see how he just played patiently around the bubble. That was nice to see. And early fight over here at Overlook, was not expecting that. I'm wondering if they dropped no Overlook, what exactly happened. But that's going to be nice for them, of course. They don't have to move far at all. It doesn't seem like they secured the recon beacon as well, and so they'll have the opportunity over there at Overlook. On board with Team Pop-Tarts, though, as remember, that 50-50 took place, and they have not changed up anything at all back here at Lava Siphon, chasing down this squad. They have given up the height as well, so this is going to be free shots for them. Cracking one, almost got the crack onto the blue armor in the back, and the Wraith Portal out just in case. Even a third party getting involved. So Pop-Tarts have to be careful in how they approach this, but this is definitely a much better start for them. They've got the gold armor, the purple, along with the blue on Zenoa. But how aggressive does Lion get off the back of this?
I hope he treats them like a bunch of gazelle down here for just taking their spot early on during Pop-Tarts week. Let's see if Lion is going to tear them apart, There's the scan coming through. He's going to drop down and possibly take an angle here. They're not going to full send this one quite yet. But if they wanted to, they're going to have a huge advantage in this fight, in my opinion. They already know what armors they have. They've already continued to do a decent amount of damage. Really, they just have to worry about a third party. So I'd love to see just a bubble challenge coming in from Z Davis. There, he uses bubble separately. They're extremely split. That could be the other team's opportunity. It's a very simple push down right there. All they need is Z Davis, and they need his bubble, but he used it already. So they may have to wait 30 more seconds, which is going to slow things down. At this point, I wouldn't even wait for the bubble. I would just go for it. Letting these guys live and stay down here is just not a play. They're going to continue to bug you the next of the 4 games.
Yeah, Lion's got port, and so he can drop down with that for them to retake height just in case. They've also waited out that Seer ultimate as well, but it's going to be up in about another minute. And so they do need to get a bit more aggressive on this. Defensive bombardment has gone down, the bubble as well. Z Davis will have his just another few seconds, but he's got to be careful. Now as he backs off, just waiting this one out. The third party also looming over at Lava Siphon right now, and it's all about who's going to pick up these kills. Once again, another drop down from that squad. There's the first knock, taking out Protect full. They should be able to punish this, as the bubble should still be on cooldown on the other side. I'm surprised that Lion isn't porting forward for this one. There it is, the call now coming out, but is it too late? Zenoa's getting cracked. Z Davis is actually gone down. Team Intel come in from the third party from behind. Great rotation timing coming out from them, picking that up. That's 2 knocks as well. That's gonna be 2 kills going their way.
Honestly, Pop-Tarts deserves to die right there for the way that they're playing. They need to just send it, man. Like, use your bubble, go and do something. If the enemy bubble is put on top of the bridge, send your bubble on top of it, fight, get the fight over with. Otherwise, you're giving just so much time for teams like Intel, Razor, all these really skilled teams, Pringles, teams that know where to look for fights, know how to listen, and know how to actually capitalize on teams making mistakes. All 3 players dropping down under a bridge is a mistake. You have to punish that mistake. Pop-Tarts layers mistakes on top of mistakes right there and just made my eyes bleed.
Yeah, and the timing on this rotation for this third party was just so predictable as well. I mean, it's ring closing. Intel are in the area. You know that they're going to be coming up that in that path at that time, especially for this zone when it's pulling over towards Frag East, Overlook. Their only rotation path is to just push up north towards Geyser, so you have to expect that they're going to be coming there. So for no one to have an eye on that rotation, definitely surprising. Like you said, also you just gotta push sometimes. Here's Team Razor though, as they're getting challenged. Fat Fruit Ninja trading 1 for 2 though, and that should be Razor picking this one up, cleaning that one up. 67, 23, 35. There we go. And I'm surprised that someone decided to push Razor over here at Trials.
Were you just rapping Sir Mix-a-Lot, or was that the EVA 8 damage? I really don't know what I just heard. Either way, Team Razor is going to take that dub fairly easily, and they're going to just continue to loot Trials and do what they do. They play the edge of the zone. They're not worried and concerned about what teams are doing. They want to take fights, and as soon as bubble goes down, they answer it back with another bubble, and just everyone fights and charges in that. That's what Razor has always done so well since the beginning of SeriesE. Surprising anytime they even lose a straight-up bubble fight, but it's nice to see Finicky busting out the Watson here. Let's see if the Watson works out. And, this is a really great zone for Watson, too, so Finicky's probably stoked about the positioning that they have. There's, basically 2 options here. It's going to either pull very close to where they're at, inside Fragment, or it's going to pull over towards No Name, which isn't that far from where they are currently as well. So, great position here from Team Cheez-It.
Yeah, it's just been so long since I've really seen a Watson that I've like completely forgotten everything about her. Trying to remember how much damage it takes to clear the node. Is it just like 10 damage? Can one Seer Q actually clear it out? I don't know anymore. But here's Team Pop-Tarts. It looks like Lion was able to survive to try and rat this one out, but we haven't hit top 15 yet, but they've gotten at least 1 kill point. And so they've doubled their score from game number 1 now. We'll see how much longer he can survive for. It's going to be difficult trying to get center zone and try to rat here as the Wraith, but we'll see. He does have a gold armor at the very least. So whatever economy he has can go a long way, but you can see he's kind of resigned himself to just, I'm going to die soon.
I mean, he did a great job just getting here to this point, and then also getting inside a building and then making your way all the way over towards the toilet bowl, could be big. Really, the only thing that could stop him potentially is going to be the scans. And Lion was playing that fight fairly well, in my opinion. I liked the way that he was, taking the high ground. I just wish that they would have stuck together and used their bubble. It's just like you can't have your Gibraltar player constantly split up from the fight and going take off angles. That's not the job of the Gibraltar. The Gibraltar's job is to stick near or around your teammates, and it's Lion's job to go and create those opportunities. He was trying to, just they played it a little bit too patient, and then they ended up getting punished for it. So not Pop-Tarts start that they were looking for. We'll see if Lion can rat them out some points, at least maybe get out of the top 15, get them a couple more points there as Rice Krispie Treats is locking things down and coexisting. And a lot of these different areas are going to be taken. And we're going to see every single building inside the fragment area taken, sometimes teams even coexisting on multiple floor levels. But I just expect this over and over again. Scan for scan, scan for scan, waiting for someone to make some sort of mistake. Most likely no one's going to overpeak, and then anyone that tries to get into fragment, that's when things are going to kind of get interesting. But for now, probably not going to see anything for the next zone or two on this frag side.
Yeah, it's just going to be every 30 seconds, hit that Q, try to farm up a little bit more of that Evo shield for free. I mean, you're here in frag, and with this many teams and in this range, you should be able to get multiple hits. 3 at the very least every single time if you can. As you can see that Team Asuras are trying to make a push onto 1. You have Nanos actually by himself outside, force the Q out to back off. So we might have some early aggressions. We'll see in just a moment, but there are so many buildings to play for now. Typically when we have these circles, especially in an urban environment, that teams will coexist. Action has slowed down. We saw in game number 1, by the 3rd ring, we're already down to 13 squads, but this number should maintain itself. As you can see right now, Team Razor out in Fragment West, keeping an eye on Market, as there is a team over there, and so that might be an early target for themselves. They were able to pick up, remember, early kill points. Got challenged over there by Trials, so they would like some more kill points at this point. But for now, it's just going to be holding as they're waiting out all the Syracuse.
And if Team Razor is playing inside the zone right now, that just goes to show there's not going to be a lot of kills on the outside of the zone. They understand the situation. Fragment, everybody gets in towards a building. If you're not in a building, you're kind of screwed. Things become very, very difficult. It's almost like not being inside Thermal Station, but at least with Thermal, you know that you're going to be taking fights and getting kills along the way. Not here over towards that Fragment side. So Zertricky and the rest of the Razor squad trying to relocate, find a position to play. Maybe it's going to be this high angle on the rock over here, which is a really good play, and I like that they don't go with the Clamor. Instead, they go with the bounce pad. Zertricky's even playing it safe and going to go and use his bubble throughout all that as they see if anyone else is up here. And it looks like it is clear for now. So this is one of those spots where you are getting kill potential, right? You are inside of a building in Fragment, you're not going to find kills. Maybe if you're on this high ground where you have your head on a swivel and stuff goes downside Fragment, maybe you make your play that way and then start to push in, or maybe even run into a Team Pringles eventually that looks like they're playing the edge as well.
Yeah, I'm just fighting for height at this point. I'm going to take a little bit of ring damage, but it's fine. It's just zone number 2. But here it's just about playing patiently for Team Pringles. Like you said, a lot of this northern side of the zone already been cleared out. It's very, very low populated, as everyone has tried to find instead a building inside the zone right now. Ring will continue to pull over towards the eastern side, and if we can pull up the map to see exactly where this is going, it's going to be great. But as a lot of people were expecting, it's going to start pulling more towards Epicenter, that train tracks just the east of Frag East as well. Still plenty of teams actually involved in this one, and this one's actually a little bit of a harder pull away from Frag East than I was expecting. And we have PSS in position over there by the Overlook side, but the Godly Daddies find themselves in a fight over here inside Frag West, currently by Market side. Kobe about to go down, but no, with the EVA 8, he takes out Drezax, but he doesn't have an armor swap for himself. They clear this one out, but here comes Team Pringles. They were eyeing it the entire time, delaying as well with that Syracuse. No res for them. Now it's just one player remaining on the other side. They'll secure these kills on the ground, as well as Fury looking to finish off the final player of this team, but looks like he was able to get out with that defensive bombardment. And so Team Pringle's not going to get the full value off this third party, but it was still a good move for them.
Man, Pringles ruined my Godly Daddies joke. I'll save it for next time over here, though. But bench warmers are going to come through with the shots. Madness with the window peek. Are you kidding me? Those were some really sick plays and angles coming in for Madness. Rambo's already infiltrated the second level right there. They're going to take over this building temporarily. Let's see if they want to continue to add more damage. But look at the amount of death boxes that are sitting up here. They're in a very, very safe spot right now because you were talking about where this one's going to pull. And if they can be in the building closest to where this does start to go down over towards the outside area, then they're going to be in a great spot. But I'm looking also at that blue trailer or blue truck. But as well, maybe Team Cheese It, if Finicky's still alive on that Watson, could take that spot. And that'd be a great spot to be.
Never seen a Horizon actually getting hit by a defensive bombardment when they're in their queue, but they do survive that, and they do have their Seer ultimate down as well. Trying to keep the teams out here, just playing outside of Overlook. Doja Cat will go ahead and port them out, but oh no, he goes right into PSS, and now PSS, they've got the man advantage, getting rid of that Wraith there. Wondering if the Seer queue might have actually connected onto the Wraith, canceling that port. As I don't see one out. Right now, though, PSS doing a great job. They've already cleared out a lot of this side. Remember, they took the early fights, but now they've got to be careful. Backing off. Stomps has been cracked. Defense and bombardment going down as well, but Stomps has fallen. And oh no, things are turning around for PSS as it looks like a team just came out from that platform entry. Now the benchwarmers are looking for a way in on this fight as well.
Cub C looks like he's getting rezzed around the corner behind the rock. That's going to be big as well. You can see where that zone pulls. And that, like you were talking about, on top of the bridge, below the bridge, kind of where Benchwarmers is playing. They just have a little bit of area that's still in that they could work with as well. As the defensive bombardment is going to go down. And going back to that Horizon queue, I really think it could have been splash damage off the rock when it connected Jamerson, which I don't think I've seen that happen before either. So super unlucky in that situation. Is Midnight's going to get knocked. Rice Krispies is on the back foot. Pringles pushes inside the train station building, and just all hell breaking out in the fragment side of the map as these teams were not predicting the zone to pull outside of the city, and now they have to fight their way out.
They're chasing after for more kills here. There's another one outside. Bubble back as Fury does fall back. Presley is by himself, though, and so he's going to swap off onto a white Evo shield here as he's getting pushed now. Arcstar down, but the backup is there. Presley getting that final kill onto Trino, but another team shows up. It's going to be Team Asuras now. It's a 3v2 as they're looking for the instant thirst onto Fury as well. And so Team Pringles just took way too long to finish off that fight. They are still alive as a duo, though, and so they can try and play this one out. So we're down to the top 11 squads. Team Razor in a fight with Team Intel, though, here on the northern side of the zone. Baby Tooley has been knocked, as looks like he hasn't been thirsted quite yet, but he is inside of that Seer ultimate, and so they can try and delay for this. Duke finishing off Baby Tool, and here comes the rest of Team Intel to finish this one off. They're right on top of them. They've got the information from that Seer queue as well. Skittle Kick's already making the call down now to drop down as to avoid a lot of the third party in the fire from up top.
Yeah, now they're going to rotate, and you usually see a smile on Fury's face, but he got really unlucky right there, and you can see just a little bit of sigh of what the heck happened, because he was playing that so perfectly, and then all of a sudden I feel like a Mastiff hit him from like a medium range for around 80 or 100 in the back, and he just got dropped immediately. I think it was a combination shot from two players. But when you were watching Razor's point of view, you could see Zeratricky was hitting some really great shots, but you saw multiple different angles and great timing. No stagger push coming out from Team Intel. They all kind of came along at the same time, all at different angles, and there's nothing that you can do when a really solid team is pushing you, even if you're a really solid player, just like Zeratricky is. And he did everything that he could right there. It's just Intel played that better with the numbers advantage that they have. And not only that, they're continuing to play this extremely smart, not getting overextended over towards the side, thinking about how they want to use the resources to get into the zone, and also moving towards the zone at a fair time so they're not getting ganked up.
Great shots coming out from Verhulst there, but Skittle taking a lot of damage. Is going to be forced to bat. It's PSS on the other side of this one. Duke getting the knock onto Stomps. Now they're trying to find more, but they'll just secure this for now, and they'll have the north side. And look, it is going towards the bridge side.
And the trailer
is going to be in, more than likely. Yeah,
my boy Finicky, he went for it. I'm telling you, that was one of the big plays to go for. Was going to be one of these little carts that we're going to be in, and Watson plays perfectly into that hand. And it goes to show how annoying this meta used to be, where you're like, what's going on in there? Okay, that spot's taken, and it used to be like that in every single situation on the map. There would be a team in that. There would be a team on the outside. There'd be another team underneath. Now you can actually fight and show your gun skill a lot more. instead of kind of turtling up and waiting for the zone to all collapse on you. And Intel's having themselves a pretty solid game right here. So they have eyes on that game-winning spot. They're trying to get to that spot. It's just a matter of how can they pull that off.
Throughout all of this as well, Cheez-It have found some kill points. There's a team below them. Really don't have to worry too much about it, especially if they set up the fences well. Make sure that the climb up is not free for that squad. Of course, getting a lot of value, they will, off of the interception pylon, just allowing them to take some tip damage and then just go back and naturally heal that one up. So their economy should be rather strong throughout all of this, especially having those loot boxes there for now. 8 squads, 20 players remaining as round 5 begins closing now. And this is where all hell is going to break loose. Team Intel have dropped down to the low. Skittlecakes by himself challenge that team that's playing underneath the bridge, and you can see that's where they really do want to play off of. They can play here in the corner. It does look like it is in where Skittles is, but it's so vulnerable. The nade's going in, but you guys have to remember, interception pylon is there, eating up a lot of that for now. Bubble out from Dupe as the defensive bombardment was dropped down on top of him. Great timing coming out from him, and looks like they might be able to get this knock and push in for free, but now they're actually going to go ahead and push Cheez-It. Somehow that fence was gone on that side. Dupe getting the knock onto GS Bird. He needs a quick armor swap, but it's onto a broken blue, broken red, but Intel will be able to secure this. Cheez-It are knocked out. They need to get Dupe back up. But the third party is already showing up. Great damage out with this EVA 8 from Verhulst. Now he'll have another armor swap, but they lose out on a Dupe. We're down to 4 squads, and Intel is the only damaged one here. And take a look at Skittlecakes getting absolutely mad, going in by himself. Will take out Team Asurus, but now Team Intel need to try and go for the recovery. Applejack's in a fight on the outside, I believe, up against the Benchwarmers now, and it's all up to Kupski to try and rat this one out, but the Benchwarmers are going to be right on top of them, so it's going to be a 3v2 for the final fight.
They have an idea of where they are too. You can see smart play from Nock not to overextend, backing off, making sure he's getting an armor swap through all that. Verhulst has to hit a med kit throughout all this if they want to win the fight. You cannot go in with just the red armor and expect Skittlecakes to try to do all this damage. And look at this heads up play from Skittlecakes. He's getting some loot. He's laying down an extra armor swap. I love this play. Unfortunately, the zone is moving away from them, and they're going to have to move towards where Benchwarmers are. So that armor swap isn't going to be as useful as if they were to charge right through. So disciplined play coming in. I think Benchwarmers doesn't realize. Oh, they do realize because the top right has already spoiled it for him, showing that it is a 3v2. So big advantage here to Benchwarmers. They're going to be able to basically play around Nock whenever they want to go and throw a bubble. That's when things are going to go down.
He's only got 4 shots in the EVA 8 for Skittlecakes, so they are definitely struggling here. That quick armor swap from Skittlecakes, but now Verhulst is in a world of trouble. They're just trying to walk in, but this is just going to be an easy finish for the Benchwarmers, unless something absolutely terrible happens. And that's one way, but now it's going to be a 1v2. Rambo and Not controllers versus Skittlecakes. They're going to go ahead and just come in for that finish. Benchwarmers with another top finish, but this time it's going to be a win. So GG's. Benchwarmers taking game number 2 of Series E.
It's a really huge sign for Benchwarmers. Again, the week they had last week, not what they were looking for. They've continued to add that practice on layer after layer. They're starting to show that hard work is paying off. Great game in game number 1, and then they finish out game number 2 with a huge dub.
Yeah, we're going to take a break, and when we get back, we'll have game number 3 of Series E after this.
Hey, what's up? I'm Lion. Just like my Gibby Bubbles, Pop-Tarts always come in clutch when you're looking for a snack.
Been a little bit more hesitant team to slow play things and try to play zone. Team that doesn't need to really play zone is going to be Team Pop-Tarts now. Coming from Overlook, we got the crack out from Lion, forcing out the bubble as he bubbles himself to push up. Arkstar now forcing that Gibraltar into his dome now. He'll get the knock on to Super. Hold the angle, but only hits for the 9. Bangalore's looking to be very fun.
If you guys are looking to get your favorite Pop-Tart flavor or my personal favorite, Hot Fudge Sundae, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to get whatever products you need. My name is Lion, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Pop-Tarts Week.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Hey, shake it, kiddo. Love Dad. Oh.
I've got this. Kellogg's Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when...
All right, everybody, welcome back. Yeso here once again, and that's game number 2. And we saw the bench warmers getting into the top 3 to start off the day, and they followed up with a big win here, taking out Team Intel in game 2. But Team Intel still going to be feeling really good about their performance in that one. We'll check out how the standings shake out when we go back to Jamerson and Tom here in a little bit. But let's check out our player of the game for game number 2 here, and it's going to be Noct. Look at that, 5 kills and an assist. Not a ton of damage in this game, but his team got the work done. They get into that late circle, good positioning, and they get just a well-timed push onto Team Intel, and they're able to grab the victory there. So good on Noct. Good on the bench warmers squad there. And that's going to be an interesting shakeup in the standings. Obviously, Sniper Meta felt really strong after game 1. Sitting at the top of the standings, big win for them, but this back-to-back top 3 placings here from the side of Benchwarmers is going to have them feeling very comfortable heading into game 3. They should likely be in the lead, though we'll have to see how big that lead is based on the performances of other teams in that last game. But good on Noct and Benchwarmers feeling really great with the way they have started the day. Still 4 more games to go, and we'll have to see Team Pop-Tarts if they can get things rolling here today. This is the day when you really want to build momentum, especially during your sponsored week. These are the games where you're supposed to be able to get into these late circles and win these fights. They haven't quite done it so far, but still plenty of games to play. So we'll see if they can get it rolling. Just want to remind you guys, if you want to grab some Pop-Tarts or some other products from any of our partners, you see I got a big stack of them over here. I got, some connections. But if you want to get some, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena. You can shop a range of awesome products from all of our partners. So make sure to check that out. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, we'll get you guys ready for the final game of the first half.
Hey, what's up? I'm Z Davis, and if you want to play like me, you gotta pick up some Pop-Tarts.
To see that. Right now on board with Pop-Tarts, down by Lava City. We do have a team ahead of them. Gonna go ahead and hit that Circuit to try and slow them down, but it's the redeploy coming out as they are getting beamed along the way with the L-Star at that too.
If you're ever looking for any Pop-Tarts or new gaming gear, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to find all that you need. My name is Z Davis. I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Team Pop-Tarts Week.
Kellogg's, Fruit Loops, Apple Jacks, Corn Pops, Tiger Paws, they're Jumbo.
Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go. Cereal, magnified, showing up for snacking time. Jumbo snacks, snack time heroes. Go take them on the go.
It's Jumbo. It's your snacking. It's Jumbo Snacks.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have... Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip stack.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. We had the bench warmers getting back-to-back top finishes here in Series E, but they got the win there in game number 2. So let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile 1 leaderboard to see how much they're leading by. And currently they are in first place by 9 points. So PSS still showing up, but now it's Team Intel who have worked their way into the top 3 putting Sniper Meta down into top 4 despite getting the win in game number 1.
It's nice to see Applejacks climbing up there too, sitting in 5th place at 15 points overall. They definitely have a lot of potential. They're sitting kind of on our bottom of our leaderboard in our cumulative points, and I'd love to see them continue to pop back up there. Same with Splash and Pop-Tarts. We saw these teams last week. They have a lot of potential. Unfortunately for Pop-Tarts, bad 50-50 to start things off. They're splitting up way too much. I would love to just see Z Davis stick with the team. I think they're going to do a lot better if that's the case. They need to play around Lion. Lion needs to play aggressive when they get these advantages. And then Team Splash, again, they are playing better on the pro days than they do in the open days. We take a look at our Mobile 1 high performance moment from game number 2. So again, a lot of games to be played, a lot of potential for these teams. We'll see if they can put it all together going forward.
This was the audacity of Team Intel taking out SeriesE and Team Cheez-It here in just a moment. This is an absolutely crazy push coming out. Dupe doing so much initial damage, but he's the first one to go down. But still, the damage he did created enough openings for Team Intel to clutch up these kills here on the western side of the map. And honestly, I didn't think they were going to be able to succeed the way that they did. But man, they held it down and they secured top 2 off the back of some just amazing damage coming out from Dupe.
There was a lot of great performances coming from Intel in game number 2, and it looked like if they had Dupe, they possibly could have won this fight. It was a pretty even fight overall. Skillcakes took a lot of damage on the Valkyrie as he was crossing, but yet somehow they were still able to answer it onto Madness, and then they were put in a 1 versus 2 situation. But because of the zone moving away from them, they had to head directly towards them. So all those armor swaps, all those heals that they had right there didn't really mean anything. And there was such a big space to make up that you're not going to be able to do anything because you don't have your Gibraltar, right? So maybe if you had a bubble, you could advance in there and then force bubble out a knock and do something about it. But either way, they were able to take down Team Razor over towards this side. They did a lot of great things, again, just to get to this moment. And it tends to be the case for a lot of our Mobile 1 high performance moments where this team that we have at the end fought and clawed just to get to that point, and there could have been a handful of different choices here, but towards the end of the game, that's where things really start to pick up. That's where a lot of the points are had. So this one definitely makes a lot of sense because that cart was not easy to infiltrate like you were talking about. You had Finicky in there, you had Caustic Gas in there, there was Watsons, there was a lot of different things that they had to overcome.
Yeah, and for benchwarmers, though, they are showing that now their experience is starting to kind of produce results, right? 2 top finishes, a win there. They're able to call the zones and basically have immaculate positioning for that late game. That's 2 games in a row. We'll see if they can continue to do it. I'm glad that they were able to get the win because I would like a little bit more information about them. I want to know where they're dropping. And so we should be joining on board with them at the beginning of game number 3 to figure out, of course, how they're getting there. Of course, being able to play center zone 2 times in a row. With the circles being fairly close to each other, though, you have to imagine that they're not coming from too far away themselves. And so they should be somewhere on that side of the map, close to it. So we'll figure that out in just a moment. Just waiting for game number 3 to get underway. But I'm glad to see that we are getting some consistency out of the benchwarmers. Really excited about this team in particular. Taking a look, of course, Rambo has a lot of hype around him. Noct has a lot of hype around him. And now Madness being able to produce this roster. Really excited to see, especially with all the more Apex Legends competitions we have in the pipeline that'll be coming down in the next few weeks and next few months. There's so much more to play for later on, and so this is some great practice for them, especially as a new roster.
Yeah, you have Noct, who's been very successful with his team. Then you have Madness, who's very successful with his team. And then Rambo, like we were talking about, who has found success, but not as much major success as the other 2 in the ALGS. But one thing's for sure, when it comes to all the different facets of the game, they have what it takes to not only win in SeriesE today, this week, and in general, but also in the ALGS. And that's why you see this team form. There's a reason why it formed. And when we look at today, who we have in this lobby and who is the best hand-to-hand combat teams, it's very easy to see that Benchwarmers is going to be right there, Intel is going to be there, Razor is going to be there, and Team Pringles. That 5th team is kind of up for grabs in terms of who takes bubble fights the best, et cetera, who can put the pedal to the metal and really slay out like a team like G2 can, like a team like TSM can. Those are the 4 teams that are definitely on my radar. Now, how do you overcome that? You don't have to be the best hand-to-hand combat team to win today or just to win in general. And we've seen that in the past. You have to play a different style. You have to get into the zone. You have to be able to, play edge at certain times. But again, a team like Applejacks and a player like Kubsky, Flashpoint was a team that had the #1 overall average in placements for a very long time in the ALGS, and that's second place. So that means he's going to need players that are going to come and trust him, and they also need to make sure that they're executing the right way. But we're in such a different meta now that we were when Flashpoint was a team and when that was a record. So, there's a lot of adjustments that are going to be happening for a team like Applejacks. But this is a good start for them, and again, I want to see Applejacks, Splash, all these other teams, Pop-Tarts that are sitting on the outside looking in on that top 4 step it up.
All right, here we go. Heading into game number 3, and we do get to join on board with the Benchwarmers, and it looks like they're taking Frag West. And you can see Rambo had to split all the way over towards the train tracks northwest of Fragment to be able to pick up that beacon, but he's going to have it for free. It does seem like there's a team that dropped over at Survey, but not a big enough split that he has to actually worry about it. But he's still going to play this one cautiously as he goes to reconnect with his squad over at Fragment. Now we're seeing why they're able to rotate so quickly for the last 2 circles. The next one, no, it's still favoring here the eastern side of the map. It's going to be going over towards Lava Siphon. And this time it looks like Pop-Tarts did not get challenged on that Lava Siphon drop.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, it's really random when a team like Z Davis was talking about goes and drops at a different spot every single time. That team is practicing their 50-50s and makes you kind of practice your 50-50s too. You can't be lazy when you land, and you have to master your landing spot. That's the whole point of going there to begin with. Is see Phony and Fury trying to figure out how they're going to approach this situation. 30-30 EVA 8 would definitely not be my ideal go-to in this situation. L-Star will rip, but running low on ammo. Fortunately, Fury's able to answer that right there, and Carry just gets dropped. Now they find themselves in a 2-on-2 situation, potentially taking this fight. There's the knock right there on the Gibby as well, coming through any second now. The Gibby's doing a little dance, though, taking a little bit longer than they were anticipating, and that causes the other player to push through, and there's the finish as well. Nice job. Still 2 minutes on that clock. No one should be rotating in quite yet. Team Pringles looks like they're going to make it out safely.
I was going to say, with the Presley going down first, that this squad just should have this team fight win, right? You don't have the passive of the Seer to use. You don't have the information on the Pringles side. This is why you should be approaching this fight from a kind of different angles. You have 3 players up against the 2. You should at least send 1 on the flank or something, just because they don't have that Seer information. Instead, you saw all 3 players coming down from the exact same angle. It was a free fire for that squad. On board with FKP, as it looks like they're trying to get the beacon for themselves now, and I realize that this ring is pulling down over towards that Lava Siphon side.
Like, I'm up here, where are you?
Oh, they're getting challenged though. Yeah, the rotate out from the Skyhook side, aim for some decent damage across this team, and so they're gonna have to bubble for this beacon.
Nice shots there with the scout with the 1-2. That's not easy to hit right there, connecting and buying a little bit more time, also charging up that Evo shield along the way. Speaking of charging up Evo shields, Nox going to want to try to get a nice little armor swap in there if he can. There it is, getting rid of that gray armor for the blue. Going to be feeling good about that one. That's a very fast rotation out of Fragment, as we're anticipating. And they're going back and picking up kills and then running to another priority position on the map where they feel like they are going to catch players that are going to be rotating through. So I really like this coming in for Benchwarmers. That's that experience that you were talking about, knowing the routes that you need to take, the popular routes to pick up kills that are going to be path of least resistance. Is BDP out here with the 2-4 scout prowler blue mag. This is a great setup here for young Pop-Tart. See if they can capitalize with some damage. There's some cracked shields as well. That's going to drop that player down. Unfortunately, not able to finish that one off. And their teammates there looking around, because you have to kind of keep your head on a swivel in this area. There are a lot of different spots in this choke where you can get flanked. So I like this play from BDP. Live to fight another day. It's going to be hard to take that fight over towards that beacon building without getting third party. So they're just going to rotate on out.
Yeah, they already got some value off of it, evolving the Evo shields for a young Pop-Tart and getting that extra damage off. But I'm sure they saw that the team that was playing inside the beacon building was shooting up to the north as well. So they cannot full commit onto that despite hitting for flesh. And they're just going to go ahead and continue their looting and rotation path now. Of course, being slowed down there is going to make it a bit more difficult to try and get into Lava Siphon. Speaking of Lava Siphon, though, it is going to be Cheez-It that have found a spot in here. And Finicky is just, I guess he's just playing character roulette, legend roulette at this point, changing on over to the Fuse.
How would you do that, right? There is no random selection. So is it up to the chat room? He's playing controller. Does he just kind of throw his controller in the air and then whenever it lands, no, don't throw your controller. That's not a good idea. But yeah, it's interesting to see what they're going for here because I liked the Watson play. I liked the position. And I talked about this last week. I know you were off on the open day, but during the open day, I was talking about, I'm pretty sure it was, how finicky plays and how he used to be a caustic main. Well, that's their style. Team Cheez It loves to get into the middle of the zone. You could see that. I don't know if Fuse is going to be enough to, keep things on lockdown. I really feel like him back on Caustic, maybe him on Watson, does favor their play style. And they are a strong team fighting team, yet they still, don't have that hand-to-hand experience like bench warmers do. And that takes time. That takes just a lot of time as a team. And that has to be something that you can continue to work on. But playing into your strengths is never a bad thing. And we'll see what Finicky's going to be able to do now that he's on Fuse.
Yeah, there are so many things you need to work on, right? Especially when it comes to coming together as a team. The first thing you need to lock down is just the composition that you want to run before you can work on anything else. Otherwise, you're basically starting from, the first block once again, building up all over again every single time. And now, as they're trying to hold that building, they're going to wish they had the Watson here for the Natty Gen on the interception pylon as they're taking some poke damage out from RCO. And you can see now all the teams starting to gain positions, starting to control buildings over here at Lava. Siphon currently intel. They do have a tractor to work off of as Applejacks have found themselves inside center zone as well. So it's interesting to see how these buildings play out as we get to explore more and more of this iteration of World's Edge to see how these buildings work out. Ooh, Lightstar Joe. Nice knock onto Fearing Live, but as the punish comes out,
wow.
They grief the door and stop the res at the same time. Great timing out from that team. It should be the full push. As you can see, RKT setting up more nades coming in for the infiltrate, but they have to be careful. There's an actual third party just waiting outside, ready to go from the other building, and so they've got to be careful. Lightstar Joe, he's going to be holding down Anchor for his squad. It's going to be his job to make sure that that third party does not peek out, but the bubble has been used, the quick res as well, and RKT have missed out on this timing, so they should just back off from this one.
I feel like they should back off, but it's tough because you've spent so many resources now and you really want to push inside this door that you did so well to break down, but you saw the amount of grenades that they used that got stuck on the bars in the window. All that time wasted could have been spent going inside. Now the only thing is are you going to get third-partied, right? Yeah, this fight's most likely going to be won, but how fast can you win this one? How fast can you armor swap afterwards to stay in this game? Are they going to win this fight, though? I don't know. Double Eva 8 shots coming through. There's a flank around the corner. There's the third party. And unfortunately for Rice Krispie Treats, it looks like that's all she wrote after the great job of getting that longbow shot in the door for Lightstar Joe.
It's another team actually showing up. Team of SeriesE have actually made their way on over here. So third party to answer for third party, and now PSS are just down to Dank, and that's not who you really want to be surviving here. As Team Pringles are showing up as well for this. They were able to get Depressedly back into this one, so now they're running up as a full 3. Just plenty of kills for them to pick up at this point, but I don't have a good grasp of the situation, exactly what's going on, because that kill feed was an absolute clutter, as Bacho will be able to finish off stomps throughout all of this. And now, one on the other side of the door, as it looks like they're trying to finish off that heal. Will he let him do that? No, he's just holding the door, holding that angle, waiting for the Q, will be able to back off. And so Team Pringles not really finding much off of this third-party attempt. But again, they have to deal with these squads anyhow, as the ring is pulling furthest to the south.
And look how Fury played that, right? Where he's not going to risk kicking the door down, no matter what. No matter who that player is in this lobby, he's still going to have respect for not kicking the door down. It's just a bad play against these top-tier players. You're just willing to take too much damage at that case. Not only that, once that player ran away, he realized, okay, that player's gone. I'm not going to continue to stay overextended. Why? Because people are looking at me. In just a matter of 1 second, once that player was away, he looked away, ran back inside, and lost 100 HP. If he would have stayed in there just for an extra second, he would have got knocked towards the door, and you really don't know what's going to happen right there. So just a more heads-up play coming out of Fury. The experience really showing for Team Pringles. They want the kills, but they're not going to sacrifice the position of their lives to get them.
Yeah, I mean, from Rice Krispie Treats, we saw the opposite, right? It was kind of a sunk cost fallacy for them. You were talking about how many nades they committed on, everything they had committed into that fight, that they decided we have to keep going for this for whatever reason, ultimately led to their demise. On board with Nestle Splash here on the northeast side of launch site now, just outside of Lava Siphon, but they can take their time here. They don't have the ring information quite yet, and doesn't seem like there's a beacon in the area for them. So they're just going to wait for this ring to close before they decide what they want to do next. No real pressure to force anything out, but here's Team Pringles trying to work their way on in. A team playing the choke right now as they're getting shot up. Fury almost cracked, has to force out that bat now, but that team is starting to give up some ground, and if they realize that, they can actually push up for free, and they will be able to actually get up here. And I'm surprised that the team actually backed away that quickly, despite doing so much damage. Team Razor, though, here on this connection side over by Harvester into Lava Siphon, find themselves in the middle of fights as they're going to use these nades to try and advance. But the team has given up position, so Team Razor will be able to lock this one down, and they can play patiently here for now. This is just a neutral position for them to play off of for the time being.
Benchwarmers were able to pick up another squad wipe off of the kill feed on the top right, you could see. So they're going to continue to build on their lead as Madness is now the kill leader with 3 overall. Slower game here than we've had in the first 2. Less 50-50s. Interesting rotations coming throughout everything. And it's going to be a pretty fun zone to watch. You don't get an opportunity to see Razor really, play inside the zone here. A lot of time, again, they're running around the outside, same with Pringles, etc. And you're going to see, again, the multi-layers of their game. They're really good at team fighting. They're really good at predicting where to go. But they also, all of a sudden, will take fights on the outside, then be in the middle next thing you know, too. So I love the way that they play. Like you were talking about, just posturing, waiting for opportunities over here as the rest of the map is going to open up for them. And there's the map in the zone pull on the top left of your screen. RCO trying to lock things down here with Bam Click, who's been pretty impressive on the Caustic, trying to get this Caustic over towards the late game. Unfortunately for RCO, it seems like they're in the right spot a lot of times. They're just not able to get the squad wipes that they're hoping for. So we'll see if RCO can get some kills here in this end game.
Speaking of kills, Pop-Tarts picking up a knock on to Golden there for Team Cheez It. We'll see if Pop-Tarts decide to push off of that one, but it is inside Lava Siphon proper, and it becomes difficult to push these without third parties just looming on the outskirts the entire time. So it doesn't look like they'll be able to secure the thirst quite yet, and they should be able to recover at the very least on Cheez It's side. We do have to talk about, of course, we're already down to 13 squads here. It's third zone now. Actually picking up a lot, and a lot of that was taking place over at No Name. Here's Pop-Tarts, though, looking to punish, getting the first knock. Great shots, and just like that, Team Cheez It are knocked out. Pop-Tarts finally starting to show up here as they have hit top 12. They have 3, maybe 4 kill points to their name, and you even have Z Davis holding it down as they anchor on that Gibraltar, making sure that their building was not taken over.
I've had a lot of time playing with Z Davis and with Lions, so it feels like I'm getting on a little bit. It is, so I can just try to motivate these guys during their week to get something going. They are extremely, extremely talented. It's just that Lion has played so many different legends throughout all of this to be a Wraithbane. He's always been more of like a Pathfinder fly in there type player. He's been put on a lot of different legends throughout where he's been forced to support too. And now he's going to be working with the Z Davis as kind of like a co-IGL. But it's kind of tough when you're the co-IGL and you're playing on a Gibraltar. So again, Lion needs to be the one to kind of open things up. And then Z Davis needs to be right there hand in hand with him to be ready to bubble down when that big damage comes through. The rest of the players go in and push and just capitalize on that. So they went from an area where they were in the zone again to going up and picking up more kill points, and that's a very difficult thing to do. That's another layer of your game that you have to add on if you want to be a great team. So Pop-Tarts starting to have their best game here before the halftime kicks off.
Yeah, and I wish this would go without saying, but like anytime we criticize a team, it really does come from a place of love, right? Because we want to see teams and specific players like succeed, because we've been in this community for so long. It's been 2.5 years since this game came out, and a lot of these players have been grinding it out this entire time as well, and so we want to see all these players succeed. So anytime we do, hopefully everyone knows that it's coming from a place of love. Right now, though, Team Pop-Tart's in a great position now, looking to gatekeep a lot of the squads here on the northern side. And a team that we're challenging on the lower side of their building, and it looks like it was Team Pringles actually moving their way around just on the outskirts here. We didn't get to talk about the ring quite yet, but we're not going to be able to right now, as well as Team Razor find themselves in a fight, moving in with the zone, taking out Kimchi Lee from Lots of Rockstar are currently above them. Baby Tooley is giving them that information, and so the bubble out to go for the climb up. Bubble has come out from the other side as well. Zera Tricky is able to finish off A's, and now there's just one player remaining, I believe. No, finish that one off. And so Zera Tricky, great climb up to take that roof.
His, I don't know what the right word for it would be, but his just like macro play is phenomenal, right? If you ever want to know how to play Gibraltar, if you ever want to know when to hit heals, when to push up with your team, how to make little intricate decisions within the game, watch how Zera Tricky plays. Not only that, his tracking has always been one of the more top-notch players that we have in SeriesE. And that was just great execution. You know you have the advantage, so go and bubble, use that thing to heal, hit the Phoenix directly at the right time, and go make that kill a lot easier than it should be, right? You don't want to try to, take a lot of damage. You don't want to have any type of risky things happen. Team Razor doing the right thing there as we take a look at Kubsky. Unfortunately, routing it out here for Team Applejacks. Again, another game where they were in the zone, and oh no, there's 3 players dropping down. Very perfectly executed Q coming in. Is he going to be able to have a nade here for when they push up top? It looks like there's not even enough time to go and do so. Kubsky on the run. It's extermination time.
Yeah, Kubsky, no stranger to this rat life, for lack of a better word. I mean, you were talking about it having on Flashpoint one of the highest consistent top finishes for any team, and it was really, honestly, largely a lot off the back of the ratting of Kubsky here, and been able to do it time and again. Has hit top 10 at the very least for his squad. Right now, it's 9 squads remaining, so we'll see how much longer he can survive for. It looks like that blue bin just not in. Might be if he goes actually inside. We'll find out in just a moment. Team Razor, though, as they are trying to get an early position on this zone, they're going to have some resistance here. Team making it across. It's going to be Blight going down first. And that tracking you were talking about once again, Tom, coming up for Zera Tricky as Hakulo finds one more onto Verholst, creating a lot of space and a lot of opportunities now for Razor to push in. They're punishing the teams that are using that Horizon Q as Blight does get finished off, and immediately turning on the teams running up behind them there. They've got the safety of this car to work with as Hakulo needs to top himself off, but Team Razor in a great spot, picking up some free kill points along the way as well. Benchwarmers, one of the teams on this side of the map, but it does look like they are safe for now inside the ring, but they will be forced onto the high ground for this next zone.
And there's a couple of knocks right there onto Intel. There's the finish as well. Bubble going to go down. It's going to get a little armor check throughout all that. Defensive bombardment is going to be used just so they could kind of regroup throughout all that. Could have been possibly a Zera Tricky. All as they're now flanking around the corner. There's Hakulo going down to begin with. That's huge initial damage. It's going to be so tough to win this fight now. There's the flank coming in for Madness. There's that hand-to-hand combat we're talking about. 2 of our top 4 teams in hand-to-hand combat taking a fight over towards that trailer, and you can see just what happens when the tracking is on point with this Spitfire doing tons of team damage as well. Almost goes down, but now they take control of this truck. 9 kills there for Madness.
Yeah, this is such a great game, and honestly, I love this composition. Not the composition, the team, this roster, because Madness at times, he does like taking fights. He just needs a bit more consistency in his fights, and that's what, I feel like, CLG always kind of suffered in the consistency in their fights. They had high highs, but now it's about maintaining those high highs with Rambo, with Noct. Now take a look. Team Pop-Tarts going for this rotate with the port out, as it looks like Lion is going to be able to secure a decent spot for his squad, but there's another team on the other side of this ridge here that they do have to be careful for, as they do get tagged by that Q. Good shots out from that wingman to at least keep that team in check. It's the final 4 squads remaining, and I'm wondering if Kubsky was able to survive into the top 4.
He could have been. I just love the aggression we're seeing from Lion right now. And yeah, he's decently far from his team, but he could always queue back if he wanted to. And now he's owned that real estate over towards the left, which made those players rotate directly towards that. And they could have done the same. His whole team could have went over there, but now they realize if we overexpose ourselves over towards the right, we really don't have much cover. So now they're trying to work in here. While they have kind of pinched themselves, there's a lot more area to work with, but the player from behind, can't be the pesky Cubs, because that was Octane, right?
No, I think that was Cub. We'll find out in just a moment. It is going to be Cub, yeah. He does secure top 4 for his team.
Just Wraith looking like it.
That's going to be 5 extra placement points for Apple Jackson, so that is huge for Kupski to make it from top 9 to top 4 now, but it's going to be a final 3v3v3. You got Pop-Tarts, we've got Benchwarmers looking for another top finish. This is another top 3 at the very least for themselves, as they are now making the push out. They've traded back and forth, though. Noct has gone down. Z Davis is the only one alive, but it's just for a moment as Pringles come in for the third party to finish this one off. And Team Pringles will stop the Benchwarmers from getting a second dub. But like we said, another top finish for the Benchwarmers here in game number 3.
Benchwarmers definitely griefed Pop-Tarts right there, and Pringles is loving it. You can see the smile coming through on Fury. There's really nothing that you can do right there if you're Pop-Tarts, unfortunately. I really think that Benchwarmers were going for just a record game for Madness, right? He's like, you know what, guys? I'm like 9 or 10 kills deep right now. I'm going for a 15 bomb. Let's just full send it over here onto whatever team this is and see if we can win the fight. Unfortunately for Pop-Tarts, it was Benchwarmers and Pringles, the last 2 teams alive with them, and an easy kill, an easy win for Pringles.
So GG's Pringles taking the win there in game number 3. We're going to take a break as we head into halftime, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
Hey, what's up, guys? Lion here. I'm about to try my favorite flavor, Hot Fudge Sundae. I'll let you guys know how it is. Pop-Tarts wasn't kidding when they say it's crazy good. It literally tastes like a hot fudge sundae. Definitely highly recommend it. My go-to. I've probably eaten about 4 boxes in a little over a week. A little unhealthy, but definitely my go-to flavor, and I love it. If you guys are looking to get your favorite Pop-Tart flavor or my personal favorite, Hot Fudge Sundae, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to get whatever products you need. My name is Lion, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Pop-Tarts Week.
Welcome back, folks. That's game number 3 all set there, and Team Pringles coming out with a very big victory to close out the first half of Open Night. Here, I'm your host, Yeso, back once again, and that's definitely going to shake up the standings, but the Benchwarmers continue to look really darn good. And the best game we've seen from Pop-Tarts so far this week, we'll have to see if they can keep that momentum rolling. They aren't able to grab the win, but still a good performance from the squad here in their sponsor week, and they need to keep that going in the second half of today. Let's check out our player of the game for game 3, and then I have a little discussion that I want to have about our partnered squads so far this season. But it's going to go to Madness with a 10-kill game. 10 kills, just 1 assist, 1,600 damage. That's the interesting thing. I've seen games from players where they get 7 or 8 kills, and they'll be over 2,000 damage, and he gets 10 and just has 1,600. So very efficient from Madness, getting in, doing the damage, finishing these kills, being very, very productive with his aggression on that Octane. So fantastic game from him. Absolutely pops off, and while they don't get the victory, that is a ton of points for the Benchwarmers, and they're going to be sitting pretty at the top of our Mobile 1 leaderboard when we go back to Jamerson and Tom. So big game there. Pringles grabbing a victory is huge going into the second half. We'll have to see our partnered squads keeping things rolling from this win from Pringles with 3 games left here tonight. Now, speaking of our partnered squads, if you guys tune in every week and actually see on our website, I actually do a weekly power rankings article tracking where I feel all of our partnered squads sit on a week-to-week basis. I go in depth on my thoughts on their performance from the week prior, what I think they can change moving forward, and which way they are generally trending in Series E. And as we are in week 6 now, I've done 6 editions of the power rankings, and I actually had our awesome graphics department here, shout out to Dreidel, put together this graphic that tracks our team's trajections in my power rankings throughout this season. So you could see one of the first teams we could talk about, Team Rice Krispies Treats. They've had a rough go so far this season, starting in 7th, and they've been sitting down at the bottom for a long time. Now, I will say that doesn't quite represent the way I think they are trending. I think they are trending upwards, but it's just very, very gradually, very slow, and it hasn't been enough for them to move up. One of the other big stories is Team Razor. They have had one of the more chaotic trajectories throughout the season. Starting in 3rd, they had a strong start to the season that had them jumping up into the top of my power rankings in week number 3, but they've been trending downward over the last few weeks. I think Baby Thule has so far not been a good fit for this roster. They are not moving in the right direction, in my opinion, and while they did win a very strong Tuesday night last week, it was with Mercy only in, and that is not the roster for Team Razor, so I had a hard time giving them a lot of credit for that. Meanwhile, squads trending up, Team Cheez-It was a squad I had very little confidence in at the start of the season, and I think they have been a big surprise. I'm not sure quite yet if they can contend with the likes of Intel and Pringles at the top of the standings, but I think they have definitely put themselves in the conversation here, but we're going to have to see them grabbing some top finishes here on some open nights, on some pro nights to really jump up into that kind of upper echelon. And probably the most chaotic squad on the standings so far this season has been Team Rockstar. They got a big drop going from 5th all the way down to 8th in my week 5 power rankings. Obviously, they've now brought in Aves, who I think has balanced out the roster a little bit, has taken some pressure off of Crummy. They jumped up 1 spot in my power rankings for this week, but I still think they have a lot of progress to make. I think dropping Strictly does not solve all of the problems with this roster. I think they do have the potential to continue to gel more and grow and move up the standings, but I still need to see more from them as the weeks go on. So make sure if you guys want to see the entire in-depth power rankings, make sure to use !power rankings in chat. It'll give you the link to that article. Also make sure, one final reminder, get in on the giveaway. I'll remind you guys again tomorrow, Pop-Tart swag pack, Razer keyboard, ! giveaway is all you need. That's it for halftime. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll kick off game number 4 here on Open Night for Pop-Tarts Week.
Hey, what's up? My name is Z Davis, and I'm about to try the strawberry Pop-Tarts flavor. There's a reason why strawberry is the best Pop-Tart. That jam inside the middle and the frosted coating on top just makes it one of the best of all time. If you want to try any new Pop-Tarts, you got to try the strawberry. It's one of my favorites, and it's got to be one of the best out there. If you're ever looking for any Pop-Tarts or new gaming gear, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to find all that you need. My name is Z Davis. I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Team Pop-Tarts Week.
It's fruit refreshing, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top fresh flavored splash. It's fruit refreshing.
Cheez-It snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it. They love them.
Snapped. So good we may run out of cheese.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster. out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. Just before the break, we had Team Pringles taking game number 3, but it was 3 games in a row where the bench warmers were able to have a top finish. Not just a top finish, but they were absolutely fragging out. At least Madness was. So let's go ahead and check in with the Mobile 1 leaderboard to see who is up top. And no surprises there. It's going to be bench warmers already with 60 points after 3 games.
And that's why they were feeling themselves in terms of pushing over towards the side. They've already had like a record-breaking pace right now, 60 points. Insane start here for bench warmers. You love to see it again after the week they had in the previous week coming through. And I'm pretty sure they already have more points than they had all of last week just off of these first 3 games. So big start and just great slaying ability, plus getting into the end of the zone there. And everybody was really feeling the wrath, especially Team Pop-Tarts when they sent it on over towards the side. But we now have our partner teams climbing their way back up there, right? We can see a lot of those teams on the left-hand side. Only 3 of our partner teams on the right-hand side of the leaderboard.
Yeah, let's go ahead and look at the Mobile 1 high performance moment of game number 3. And it's going to be the bench warmers. Just this push was just absolutely nuts. Madness spotting out Hackula, but the team fires enough to take him out first. And then just excellent execution on pushing into this building here. You can see the Spitfire, why it was crated up. It just does so much damage. You can honestly like finish off like what, 3 full squads, I think, with a full clip.
Basically, and it's just so deadly at a variety of different ranges too. And Madness putting that to work. I love how he was able to just run right through the thermite right there. No worries. The bubble stopped his shots for a second. He's like, you know what? I'll take damage for this. I'm just going to fly right in and then just do it big over here. And I think that was what, 8 and 9 kills throughout all of that with still 5 squads remaining. But also got to give props to the other players and teams that did really well. Pringles did really well getting over towards the side and then playing that. Also, Kubsky ratted it out, going from 9th and 10th place over to 4th is a really big deal, because keep in mind, while we still have all this, great play coming out from bench warmers, there is an overarching thing with the accumulative leaderboard, which we looked at in the beginning of the show, and how close that leaderboard is. So that was all, what I think it was 23 to 30 points separated 7th from 4th place. And if you're new to Series E, there's relegations at the end of each season, and it's the top 4 teams that make it in. So all these partnered teams are fighting for a lot more than just kind of game by game in the overall cash prize that they have each day.
Yeah, at the end of this week, that's the halfway mark of Series E Season 3. So it's going to be basically a nice check-in point to see exactly where all of our teams stand. But here we go. It looks like we do have game number 4 set up. So let's go ahead and join on board. We saw Team Pringles getting dropped on in game number 3. They were able to recover to Presley for the win. So we should join on board with them once again, see if they get dropped on for that 50-50 one more time.
Yeah, the 50-50s have been absolutely brutal for some of these teams. Let's see what happens over here with Team Pringles and see what kind of loot that they get. And you can see the thought process of dropping. They want to go over right next to each other. They want to stick kind of shoulder to shoulder and try to get this loot as fast as possible on the rotation. We've had 3 zones all over towards that south side, started at Geyser, kind of moved over towards Fragment in between No Name and the one that we had in game number 3. So it hasn't been very favorable for the teams on the north side. Let's see what happens if a team like Razor starts getting some pulls on the Skyhook side. That could be pretty interesting. And it's also really good practice just to have the different variety of zones. So when you do land over maybe in towards somewhere new, you can work on your rotations, work on where players like to frequent, find out where you can kind of feel comfortable. And then there's a giant checklist of where you want to play. So it's been tough again for the north teams, but the south teams have been loving it so far.
Yeah, Team Pringles, though, one of the most northern teams here, still playing this one very cautiously, keeping an eye on their north, knowing that they did get challenged, and they're just splitting, basically, the new drop over here at Replicator, or excuse me, Climatizer Replicator. They got the Replicator side, so they'll be able to use that just in case to get their armors up, because right now they're still sitting on double grays, so not the greatest here, but you can see Fury keeping an eye on that north side, making sure no one crosses for free.
Yep, and the scout's going to be a great start here with the 3x especially. Be tough without a scope, but that's going to be perfect in this type of situation. Mastiff as well if you need to get up close. Doesn't look like that other team is interested in fighting, though. It looks like Pringles is the one that's interested in really taking the fight to them, and you can see the high angle coming in from Phony. More loot being picked up from Fury along the way. Curious what the rest of everyone's setup is, and it's going to be Charge Rifle Havoc. So they have a pretty decent variety if they want to poke, and they also have up-close fighting potential. But again, this team looks like they bailed, and I don't think Pringles is too stoked about that. If someone's going to come over in the area, looks like they want to get kills and then take that loot. So Pringles going to have to figure out, again, how they're going to play these situations. It's kind of annoying because it really, more than anything, besides it taking your loot, it stops your rotation.
Yeah, nice Q out from Depressedly there. Gives information over towards Phony. He stole their purple armor. They want it back, and he's getting some great shots, forcing out the bubble early on. We'll see, though. There's a pretty big distance there for Team Pringles to try and cover. But oh my goodness, that was almost a full connect out as Phony gets the knock, and there's the instant thirst onto Ikari. And so they have the man advantage. They can push up. They want to get that armor up for Depressedly, who's still sitting on that gray. We'll see. They have the bubble to play off of him. I'm surprised that they haven't pushed quite yet.
They must have some sort of information, but it's also a lot of area to cross over towards. And they may be worried over towards that left-hand side, maybe the west-hand side. Looks like Fury's going to be the one to go and try to take the angles. They did already get the point for it. And they could also be interested in just, you know, farming, right? It's like, all right, well, let them get the banner, let them maybe get back in, and let's continue to kind of treat this as a kill race, right? Because realistically, you have a lot of points to make up. You have 30 points, 32 points between you and first place right now, and that's the team in first place. It's the Benchwarmers.
Benchwarmers right now, on their rotation through Harvester. We haven't taken a look at the ring quite yet, so we don't know exactly where this one is ending, but it does seem to be another southern pull for us right now. It looks like they will have to be halted here, or it seems like the call is made. They might go for the connector, go through Lava Siphon. We'll find out in just a moment as they start pushing up here. Noct is still sitting on a gray armor, so not the greatest for them, as Applejack's playing here on the launch side, as they were the ones that got the ring information for us, so it is going to be a launch site ending. This time around, again, another one favoring the south side of the map, and they have a team underneath them. Projectile has to be careful. Almost ate that Valkyrie Q, and we'll have to eat the Seer Q as they back away, and he's taking so much damage. He needs someone to hold that angle for him, and Tubsky will turn around with the flatline at the very least as he gets flanked and somehow took no damage, but there's another player actually pushing that, and now he needs to Q out. Surprised that he was able to stay alive throughout all of this, but he does back away. Protectable goes down, and oh boy, Team Intel are just picking apart Applejacks now.
This is tough to take this fight. Pringles, though, is taking a lot of damage over towards the outside. Defensive bombardment is connecting right there. That's going to be Fat Fruit Ninja with the damage. There's the rest of it as well, as FKP is going to take this one. And that's what they were waiting for. They were just so patient the entire time. They knew that there was multiple players and teams in the vicinity. Unfortunately, they're not able to take that dub, and now Benchwarmer is going to love what they see in the kill feed. Also, Applejacks, who's on the left-hand side of the leaderboard, is going to be losing some players, if not all of them. Sniper Meta, after their game one win, haven't been able to win any other games, but still have an opportunity to finish within the money here, as Blight has taken a lot of damage. Rolder's having to heal. They're stuck inside of this priority building. We know how great this building is, but the tough thing is there's just so many different ways to enter in. Big scan right there coming in from the Seer, and that's going to be some loot coming in for him as well. Benchwarmer's taking a fight over towards this fence. Looks like they have this advantage right there. That's a big grenade coming in for Madness. Noct already has the knock as well. Look at how, once they have the advantage, Jamerson, they just push immediately. That team did not stand a chance once the initial damage came through on the Benchwarmer side.
That's what I'm talking about. Across the 3 games today, their execution when it comes to the team fighting has been so clean. That one of calls made, it's just an instant pivot and they quickly go in, and it's just, they're really well coordinated on it. And, you know, I think having Rambo and Noct to back Madness up just rounds out this roster so extremely well. Now, Benchwarmers, remember, they're already in the lead. They have like a 30-point lead up against our 2nd and 3rd place teams. Now they're picking up the early game kills as well. They don't have center zone, but they can play off the back of this extremely well. FKP, we saw them taking out Team Pringles. Will be Balloon rotating in with this one. We'll see if there's another team ahead of them for now. But it does look like they're just going to move through Frag West. I don't know if they want to maybe just play inside the zone to pick up the next beacon for themselves. Team Intel were able to recover. They are fighting once again for this building on the south side of launch site. Skittlecake's trying to peek in through, but he's getting flanked up from behind. Now he takes to the skies inside the building, somehow survives all of this, but he has been cracked, turns around with that bolt out, cracks that arm shield, and now it's going to continue to try and be aggressive. Actually, excuse me, it's Verholst, but Skittlecakes has gone down. Dupe finally knock onto LV. It's going to be a 2v2 fight here, but looks like Verholst will try and slow things down just a bit as Dupe himself resets with that bubble, gets that res as well onto Skittlecakes. We'll see if they've been able to get the res on the other side. Good disruption with that, but Rolders, they will take out Dupe. Verholst now is going to push in for the 1v2. Skittlecakes will not bat up as he wants to join in for this fight. The flank out as well, and they will be able to finish them off. Looked a little bit dicey there, but Team Intel by enough time. Now they're the ones securing the southern building. Team Razor, though, in a fight up against RCO. It's going to be a clean wipe for them just outside of Harvester.
Very nicely done. Team Razor doing what they do, take really nice bubble fights outside the zone, and RCO, unfortunately, is going to feel their wrath. Nicely done. Going back, someone in the chat is asking some questions. I'll just spit some knowledge for them. So everybody in Series E that's partnered, they're making $750 a month just from being partnered and signed. In terms of their team names, they even carry these team names, a majority of them do, on over towards the ALGS. And heck, if I was a sponsor, if I was a partner looking for a team, would I rather, sponsor, random team 3, 4, 5 with no name, or would I rather, talk to a team like Team Intel and see if they're interested in partnering up with me? I think I would have to take Team Intel.
Speaking of Team Intel, we have another team there on the south side that they might want to clear out in the buildings just to their west, but we're seeing a hard pull away from launch site. It's going over towards tree side now. BDP happy to see this pull, but not happy to see the gatekeeping that's taking place over at this choke. They have options here. They don't need to commit onto this one, so they're going to try and take a roundabout way, dropping down onto the low of Thermal Station. They'll try and figure out a different way in. They have plenty of time to work with for this rotation. A minute left here as it's Team Razor now slowly working their way on up. This is going to be Benchwarmers, yeah, on the other side of this fight. They do have that Seer ultimate down, and so Team Razor just going to try and poke and prod from the perimeter, but Zeratricky took a lot of damage here. No aggression quite yet from the Benchwarmers. As Zeratricky goes down, Madness picks it up with the R9 now, and that's going to be the bubble out as well. And so we have the rest of the Benchwarmers starting to push up off that. Baby Thule will be the next one to fall, and there's only one left for Team Razor. It's Hakulo going down. Great fight from Benchwarmers, slowing things down, utilizing that Seer ultimate, keeping them at the perimeter until they find the openings.
And you saw the bubble placement coming in from Noct. He just goes immediately once the initial down goes and happens. He's going to flank over towards the left side. They're going to advance, and then everybody starts to push. And Hakulo was just, waiting to die. Really, he's like, I'm going to 1 versus 3. There's really no chance at this point of me even getting a knock. He was just holding onto the ledge, looking for any type of information, and then he got taken down immediately. Benchwarmers have been, again, showing a lot of layers to their game. They're playing inside the zone, they're playing outside the zone, they're taking fights, they're holding teams off that are trying to fight them. It's a great day overall for Benchwarmers. We'll see if they can keep it up. This could be what they needed to kind of turn the page as a team, as we see Team Nestle Splash trying to get involved over here. Great shots coming in from Malice. I also like the opportunity to fall back and battery throughout all of this. Unfortunately, he's not inside the bubble, has to get back just a little bit, and now he's going to get that quick heal inside there with the syringe. Gibby's going to continue to advance up with him too, but they weren't able to capitalize on that big burst that Malice had, and the team is going to fall back just a little bit over towards the building. So Nice little reset coming in from Nestle Splash, and we'll see if they can get over towards that building and finish off these kills.
There are a number of teams still in the area, though, so they have to be careful. Turns getting shot at by that third party. Now the Syracuse coming in. It's going to be Benchwarmers coming in for the third party. Great rotation onto this side of the zone as they pick up that knock onto Turns. They'll be able to pick apart the rest of these squads here. Great spray once again from that R9 of Madness, and just about allowing the zone to pressure these squads out as much as they want these kills. They don't need a thirst for them. They don't need to get very hungry here, and that's why they turn around instantly, making sure they don't get flanked now as that Seer ultimate comes out once more, giving them just beautiful information. Madness took a lot of damage there from the defensive bombardment, but they should be fine. Rambo might go down, but actually makes it out alive, and they'll be able to reset behind all of this cover and just wait out the rest of the teams that have to walk in with this zone.
And they didn't have a zone scan, so they played the fence, which is a very common spot to lock down just in case it's going to pull on top of towards the blue trailer. And now they realize it's going more over towards the tree side, so they're going to go and take the high ground over here, which we've seen sometimes in the last couple of weeks. Teams not utilize this high ground, surprisingly, for these tree zones. And now if you're going to see a possible top tree ending, this is one of the best spots to be in overall. One problem right now for Rambo, as you can see, the ammo situation. Just sitting around 111 bullets so far. That's just not going to be enough. So it looks like they're going to drop down, go for a bubble fight, and rightfully so, but all of a sudden it's a great counter bubble coming out from Splash, and they dip back up over towards the top. So another interesting play coming in from Benchwarmers, and a nice job by Splash with the response.
Yeah, you can see there Malice Mama was considering taking that jump pad up. Benchwarmers are a little bit split. As you can see, Noct is stuck on that low, but that does at least give him the angle to try and keep an eye on them for now. They're going to go ahead and go for the full reset as Noct hits that medkit. Three-man connect out from Rambo with that Q, giving them plenty of information to work off of. And honestly, Noct can stick around there, but he's going to play a bit more safe and reconnect with his squad. That's a good call because there are more teams contesting the high ground. On board with Clone Force 32 for the first time today. They are fighting over one of these buildings here inside tree, and it's going to be Finicky dropping down with that Prowler, getting that first knock. Here's the bubble res, though. They need to push this one fast, but you can see how much of a nuisance that Caustic is. On the other side, Finicky could have tried to push it, but he would have been alone. And so they're not going to force the issue here, as it's just going to be some neutral coming out from either side. No one really wanting to push a Caustic squad.
I'm stoked to see this composition come out of Cheez-It. This is exactly what one of our teams needed to do. They needed to play to the strengths of their play style and go with the legends that accommodate that. And now we see Golden, even though Golden we've seen slay out on just crazy different amounts of levels with a handful of different legends, Crypto you still can do some serious work with, especially when you have a Caustic, right? You're gonna fly around, get the scans, get into the end game. That's what Cheez-It is specialized in. Finicky has a ton of experience on Caustic right there, and you saw the other team right there was not anticipating. He shot the barrel. He's like, hey, what? Guess what? I'm gonna shoot this barrel. No one's gonna walk down here. Oh crap! It's the other Caustic in the lobby. Finicky came down there, and like you said, they could have even capitalized on that and went even further, but you know, there's no reason to take any big risks at that point, especially if that team is going to portal out. So they've done their job, they've owned this building, and the big overarching goal again is to get this Caustic into the late game. So while they continue to open up and create opportunities, maybe they'll capitalize on more like that, but still not making any mistakes is, you know, creating opportunity as well.
Intel with the Valkyrie rotate into the backside of tree, and you have to be careful. Everyone saw them, but they've got these blue bins to play off of in the back, and so they'll be able to stay safe for now. And you have confirmation there is going to be a Crypto in the lobby that they have to contend with, but luckily for them, you know, the only thing that really does get interrupted is going to be that bubble that dupe will be thrown down later on. So we'll see if they can deal with that, but for the time being, it's all about playing slow. They've got a good amount of kill points to their name as well. They're in the top 3 or 4, I forget exactly, but on board with PSS as they find themselves in a fight now. They trade it 1 for 1, and Stomps might be the next one to fall as he's taking away to that Caustic gas. Apusan able to get that last shot, and now it's just Sleepy Panda going for the highlight plays here to keep his team in this. It's still a 1v2, and he does connect, but it's on to the big boy. He survives for now. He needs to finish him off, but the barrels are coming down. It might just be too much pressure for Sleepy Panda, narrowly missing on that last shot as the blue armor swap, but Now he's getting cornered by the caustic gas.
Oh no,
he can go for the res for free.
It could be bait though, and now he has to check his back. I really like the double caustic barrel inside of each door, but Sleepy Panda played this phenomenally up until this point. He's literally doing everything he can, taking all these different angles, hitting quick scope shots, trying to queue out. It's just not enough. We don't know. Taking their time, and a great job by Sharkisama with the caustic plays again, just showing the AoE and how important it is to lock down the doors. Either way, great job from both teams. Impressed with Sleepy Panda's individual play right there. As Splash still stuck underneath this bridge. Benchwarmers has been a nuisance over towards the side, and now they're gonna have to either decide what's the play here. Are we gonna bubble on top of where this is, or are we gonna jump pad and then bubble? Huge play from Omjus Gibby, saving onto that thing and just using the teamwork and communication to get into the zone.
You have to imagine that's probably Benchwarmers on the other side of this fight as well. So you gotta be careful, but Malice Mamba's gonna go ahead and try and force the issue as he queues forward. And yeah, they've got the height for themselves. Stuck on the low ground here. There's another full 3-man, but Malice Mamba has done his job. He doesn't need to really try and find anything else off of this, but he's going to find an off angle here onto that Gibraltar, but it's just poking and prodding as he will back away again to that high ground for his squad and get some decent damage off. He is the only one without a red Evo shield on his team, and he's not too far off in terms of damage from getting that. You have a team that's low below them, or at least sitting on blue armors, so if they want, that could be the squad that they try to push. They have another 38% for the next jump pad, so they don't have to lose out on this high ground. It's not going to be a full commit for them.
I like the idea from Malice. Add pressure onto the team that's kind of on the ropes. Try to get one more team eliminated, force them into each other, create some more opportunities for your team. Now look what happens in this type of instance. They're sending it like madmen over towards the bottom right here. We'll see if a team decides that they want to go over towards the top side. Malice has to get back up there immediately. Fortunately, Turns stayed up there as the anchor. You love to see that. Gibby goes down just in case he needs any extra support with the bubble, with any reses. We're checking to see if anyone is ratting down below, but Malice has been playing extremely aggressive, and I love to see that, especially because he's doing it calculated, making sure that he's not overextending, and again, just trying to get rid of all these little rats and filter them towards each other, getting rewarded with some loot throughout all of that. Tons of armor swaps down there, should be absolutely okay, and then just running back to his team. So Splash looking for some big plays. They found him. Patience underneath the bridge, and now they get the priority spot on the map.
I want to see them push for this 2-man. That's right below them. They have that information that it is just going to be a duo underneath them. But they're just going to allow them to exist for the time being. Do help in keeping some of the other squads out, adding another layer of protection, having them below them for now, because their big worry is, of course, going to be this height here. Trying to go for the peaks, but they're just trading away damage, as Gibby is the one in the more forward position. Now Malice Mama's deciding to push up with the rest of his squad. There's a full 3-man below as they're actually connecting. It's going to be Team Intel, it seems, right underneath them. There's already a knock as well. Verhulst going down to Malice Mamba. Now Nestle Splash doing a great job of just dealing with a lot of the threats around them.
While that happened, Shiza eventually dropped the team of 3 that they got the knock on earlier. Midnight and their squad gets dropped in towards the back building. And now we see where this zone is going to end. It's not going to end on the high ground here, so eventually Splash is going to have to drop.
They still have a lot of height to work with as the zone closes in. It's going to be the final circle as well. 5 squads remaining, 12 players left. Might be a solo and a duo running around. Or no, 2 solos actually in this, because I believe Intel are still in for the time being, but for how long? As you can see, they are now making a push out. It's going to be a duo below them. Yeah, and that was the duo from before. So Mystic and Scratch getting finished off. There's going to be 1 rat remaining quite possibly here as the Noah Team Pop-Tarts are making the push on to Bird's team, and now Cheez-It are out. It's the top 3 squads remaining.
Not quite sure how Pop-Tarts got those kills, but that is big, getting the caustic out of the lobby. Nice shots right there coming through, and Pop-Tarts finding themselves in a possible game-winning position. They've had 2 great games so far, but the nade hits C. Davis. Lion, is he going to be able to get the res? There may be an opportunity to go for this one. See the scans are coming out. They're trying to bait. It's going to be a portal play, actually. Lion's just going to do whatever he can to survive here.
Yeah, it's the battle of the rats. Who can survive longer here? As Team Pop-Tarts, they were doing so well. Skittle Cakes does get finished off, and so Lion does secure top 2 for his squad. Now, with Zenoa coming up, it's just a matter of time. Nestle Splash looking to drop down and finish this one off. They'll take game number 4 of Series E.
That was a fun game to watch, and there was a lot of great plays coming in from a lot of different players. I mean, we saw the great fight from Benchwarmers taking out Team Razor over towards the side. We saw them drop onto Splash, but Splash survived with the bubble. Just that heads-up play to push them off. And then not only that, Gibby not wasting his bubble at the very end, them taking the jump pad and then getting over there, and then all of the aggression that Malice was adding from the top-hand side resulted in a fairly big game. That was just amazing play from a lot of our players here.
And I think one thing to note, that wasn't a top finish for Benchwarmers, so their momentum being slowed down just a little bit, but they had a clear lead heading into that game. Still, though, congratulations on taking that win. We're going to go ahead and take a short break, and when we get back, we'll have game number 5 after this.
I'm throwing Gibby bubble. Throwing my Gibby. Valkyrie's cracked. Trades on both sides. We need to push now. Knock Valk. Knock Gibby. Knock Wraith. Let's go! If you guys are looking to get your favorite Pop-Tart flavor or my personal favorite, Hot Fudge Sundae, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to get whatever products you need. My name is Lion, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Pop-Tarts Week.
One shot, not a future for sure. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on applying the scheme, the true style trademark is at the edge of your dreams. Yeah. Now the future is yours. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. New memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. Get the bars in the breaks. I'm talking one chance episode. Going for the gold. It's one shot. Now the future is yours. Let's go.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind and shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
All right, everybody, that's game number 4, and Team Splash coming out with a win. We were asking for the partnered squads to keep it rolling going into the second half of tonight, and Splash able to do that. Pop-Tarts and Intel with strong finishes there as well, so we'll have to see how that shakes up the standings, because obviously we saw the Benchwarmers with quite a considerable lead there on our Mobile 1 leaderboard a little bit ago. But let's check out our player of the game here for game number 4. We'll pull that one up for you, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to be I'm Just Gibby. 6 kills, 5 assists, and look at that. 2 shy of 2,600 damage, so one of the best games we've seen from Splash this entire season there. And that's at very least 23 points for Splash. So that's a huge game, and this is a squad that's trying to close that gap. There really is, in terms of the standings, 2 separate kind of clumps of teams. There's the top 3 that had, coming into this night, a 101 point gap between 3rd and 4th, and then those bottom 6 were all within about 100 points of each other from 3rd all the way down to 9th place. So this is Splash trying to chase down not only Team Pop-Tarts, but that upper echelon of Razor, Pringles, and Intel. So big game there from Splash, as well as, again, Pop-Tarts looking strong today. They haven't been able to get the single game win, but getting into top 3s consistently is going to bode well for them as the night continues, as the week continues as well. We're keeping Pop-Tarts week rolling. If you guys want to keep an eye on the leaderboard throughout the night, we've got you covered. You can use !leaderboard in Twitch chat at any time to see where things stand stand. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, just 2 games remain in open night here at Pop-Tarts Week.
All right, we got one on our right, one on our left. I'm shooting my seer interrupt on the right team. Kibby's cracked. Just watch out. You want to make sure the left guys don't push us. Don't push us. All right, Kibby's cracked. One team dead. Look at the other guys. Valk cracked. Valk dead. Look at the Octane. Cracked. Nice. Let's go, boys. If you're ever looking for any Pop-Tarts or new gaming gear, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to find all that you need. My name is Z Davis. I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Team Pop-Tarts Week.
All right, guys, welcome back to Series E. We're watching our partnered squads really starting to light it up now, but we have 2 games left to go. Can anyone stop the bench warmers? Let's go ahead and take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard, see if anyone's cut into the lead that they have right now. And it's Team Intel, now down by 24 points. Bench warmers, I believe they were able to put on a +7 in that last game. It's still looking like they have a fair lead, but with 2 games left to go, it's still open for the middle of the pack to climb up the leaderboard.
Definitely is, and you can see Team Pop-Tarts after their slow start in game number 1 and 2 now bounce back with 2 really solid games. So I think that they're going to have what it takes to keep the pressure onto Intel and Splash did the same thing, right? Slow game number 1, coming back, starting to pick things up. Pringles, unfortunately, had a really tough go in that previous game. I think they were one of the first 2 squads eliminated, and Benchwarmers slowing down just a little bit, like you were saying. So we'll see who can catch up and where they're going to catch up. But Benchwarmers, unfortunately, is now off of record pace. Got to get back on the record pace, guys.
Yeah, I mean, they did frag out in game number 3, and that was a game where they didn't get the win. So they missed out on, what, an additional, 8, maybe 9 points. We'll see heading into game number 5 and 6, though, but they're doing a great job. They're one of the squads that are dropping center zone center of the map over at Frag West. Taking a look at the Mobile One high performance moment, though, Nestle doing a great job just controlling this late game.
And again, we saw the amount of pressure that Malice was adding just to get to this point. He was running around the bottom, taking some kind of scary angles where it was like, is he going to end up getting picked off? But he was completely aware because Turns was locking things down in the back the entire time. Gibby was there with the support when they needed to actually drop down. So many different things that they did correct in this game, and it really started to pay off for him. So I love the way, again, that Malice really plays. He's one of the keys to this team in terms of opening things up, and it's just so important. And you're seeing that with, Lion on Team Pop-Tarts, Madness over there on the bench warmers. You have to be able to have that entry frag. When you look at a team like Team Razor, it's a little bit different. It's like they're all kind of there. They're all kind of entry fragging at the same time. And you have a very aggressive Gibraltar in the way that Zeratricky plays. But this was a tough zone for a lot of these teams. And whoever gets this high ground is going to feel really good about the situation. And the way that Splash was even able to get to this area to begin with could have been the moment in itself.
Yeah, and so this does propel them very far up into the leaderboards as we are getting our game number 5 set up. Just imagine, how much more aggressive Malice Mamba could have played if he had more ammo there. I believe they were all basically running light guns and they had less than 100 ammo, I think, each. And so they could have gotten a lot more kill points, but they did a great job of staying active, picking up the kill points where they could, really slowing down Team Intel, who is definitely a team that you need to keep an eye on, making sure that they were down to just a solo at the end of this one. Really did improve their chances immensely to get the win overall, and they just did such a great job of just controlling this high tier You know, I see a lot of teams can struggle holding this position in particular, but man, Malice Mamba staying active this entire time. Just the way he was zipping around, jumping down to the low, going back on up real fast. He did an amazing job of just controlling this entire late game.
Yeah, it looks like he was stemming all over the place, but realistically, he wasn't even using that ability from Octane. He's just running around like a madman, just head on a swivel, checking all these different angles, great tracking throughout all of that. And I can't imagine what would have happened if he would have had a couple of more grenades, right? Maybe go into the arena mode and purchase some, or hire a Loba on your team to get a black market. And this would have been absolutely insane when they were all just crouched, all three players down below. It could have had an insane turn of events there. But again, I like how one player was always anchoring on this team. And when you're talking about it is difficult to lock down, it's difficult to lock down because people are looking for their opportunities for you to drop. And if that happens, they may bounce pad over there and take it, similar to what Splash was able to do onto benchwarmers to begin with. So again, that's all about just a lot of experience and a lot of teamwork and communication that comes through. If you go with just one player, Malice could have easily been taken out. If you lose one player, you're not going to win that end 3v3. So a really heads up play and a great job even getting to this point from Nestle Splash. And it's good to see them playing well on the open day and putting things together on the open day, because they're a team that I really feel like can push into that top four. They're getting better and better each week. And I love the power rankings that Yeso puts together, because those are really interesting. The graphics really cool. And it's also great to see how they've been doing week to week. Right now, we do have Rice Krispie Treats in 20th place. I want to see them get out of 20th place. They saw Lightstar Joe with that great longbow knock. We saw what they were doing in terms of getting into the building. Their composition, they are playing the only Horizon, so maybe they just need to switch things up in terms of their composition or something. But one thing's for sure, we see the potential from them. They just need to go that extra notch. They need to turn up just a little bit further and put those speed boosters on for these fights.
Here we go, heading into game number 5, joining on a board with Nestle Splash, who are going to be dropping into Thermal Station. Doesn't seem like they're contested, and so there's going to be free loot for them. It takes a while to loot up Thermal, but you definitely walk away with some great loot. G2 can attest to that. Already getting an R301 with the purple mag off the rip.
Yeah, I'll take that 10 times out of 10 for that initial drop. And he's going to drop down the L-Star for his teammates if anyone wants to go and grab that one. And you're going to see a lot of different variety in terms of how you can loot this one. Sometimes you go directly in the middle. Most of the time, you're going to find one player go in the very back, one player go in the middle, and then another player land very shallow and then start to make their way in. They elected to go from the very back to the front. So there's different styles each way. Malice is definitely going to get the, in my opinion, best part of the loot here for his team. We'll see if they can get some armor upgrades though. Like you were saying, G2 loves the spot. Doesn't seem like any crazy 50-50s are happening at the moment. Pringles is most likely the only team that we know of that was looking for early fights, and we know that there was actually 2 teams that were landing near them. So those are the teams really to only keep tabs on right now as we watch Splash loot up.
Yeah. Let's see what he gets off the gold. Ooh, gold mag for himself, along with that purple stabilizer. Team Pringles find themselves in a fight, heading for the double blues with that Syracuse. And he has the ultimate as well. He wants to advance, throw it up a little bit further. It seems that team is just going to go ahead and jump pad out. But Depressley is not going to give up on the chase quite yet, as he didn't grief that as they were leaving. And so that's going to allow him to close the distance now. Has to be a bit careful, as he's trying to use that passive to figure out where they went, and they're going to be inside the gondola building. Here they go. Team Pringles pushing up as a full 3 up against this squad.
Yeah, I like that point. If they would have got rid of that bounce pad, they could have actually got out of dodge, and now things are a little bit differently as Pringles is looking to get inside of this door, and Phony still's got his bubble too, so they're feeling extremely confident about getting in just to this point. When he does eat some damage over towards the side, but now they own the high ground from this team. So it's just a matter of watching your entrances, seeing which way these players are going to come from. Fury's giving them a lot of respect by even checking the window and anticipating that. A couple grenades come through. He's going to dodge those. Nice PK back and forth, strafing and jiggling throughout all of that. But there's a flank over towards the side. All 3 players were watching the same spot, and that's when they came through with the flank. Unfortunate there for Team Pringles, but man, it's pretty rare to watch Pringles lose a fight like that.
Yeah, how does that happen? Oh man, you even saw, I don't know who it was exactly. Someone went down to that final 10 damage of the SeriesE as well, the focus of attention.
Oh no.
And now Phony's gonna be the only one alive. We'll see how long this team sticks around, if he can pick up those banners. But here's Team Razor now, as Baby Tooley's trying to fight top down. Hakulo gets the first knock. He falls himself, but it's enough for Hakulo to get the double knocks. He pushes forward here to cover his teammates. Gotta be careful. Looks like the third party's already coming in. Team Razor. Oh man, Hakulo is the only one alive for them, but luckily he is going to be on this Octane, so he can try to create some distance here. But very unfortunate for Team Razor, as a very fast third party came in.
Well, really, they won that fight pretty cleanly. Baby Tooley gets knocked, and if Baby Tooley, if he stays alive, you almost wonder if Razor gets full squad wiped by the third party that comes in, and if it's almost better that Hakulo gets out in this type of instance. I'm not quite sure if they were going to be able to fend off that second team coming through, because there wasn't just enough time to get those armor swaps, and he took so much health damage. But I was just complimenting, well, I was going to compliment how they approached that fight, right? It was a staggered approach in terms of where they came, but they all came at the same time in all different areas. It was just, I think, Baby Tooley potentially losing out on a 1v1 over towards the side, maybe get double teamed from behind. Not quite sure exactly what happened, but here's Team SeriesE again, back with that same composition that we're looking at before. And what do you know? They find themselves in another great spot here in the middle of the map with a scan.
With the scan, with the caustic as well. So locking down this building becomes that much easier, and slowly they're bullying this team out of this position. And so they will be able to get this one for free. All it took was some caustic barrels. Oh, nice spray midair. Almost got the knock, forcing out the bubble. Do they want to get aggressive on this, or do they just want to hold on to this building?
Yeah, it looks like they're going to hold on to the building. I think this is the right decision. And if there is any legend that's going to be able to hold this building down, it's going to be Caustic, with the amount of different entrances that there are going to be. Pop-Tart's a little bit on the ropes over here as they're going through the mine pass, and it sounds like they are being hunted down over towards the side. Z Davis, what's he want to do? He looks like he has defensive bombardment in hand if he wants to go and use that one. I do like the possibility with this in hand of taking this fight. Yes, this is third-party central throughout all of that, but if Lion checks his back and they're clear, you could have that advantage. You don't know if that team is rocking Gibraltar or not. If they're not, you have a huge advantage. But they're going to go rotate out of there, get more central into the zone, and try to reset.
Yeah, you saw the other team deciding to actually avoid fighting inside the tunnel, and they're going to wrap around to the western edge. Pop-Tarts can try to cut them off if they want a second attempt at this fight. Like you said, Z Davis still holding on to that defensive bombardment, but they're going to take time to hit up some extra bats for themselves. As already their economy looks great. You can see Z Davis is sitting on about 300 ammo for that light weapon. So all they need really is just heals to get into the late game at this point. But now as they make their way on over towards Countdown, they see a lot of fighting taking place there. Will they be able to get a position? It'd be surprising if they can, as a lot of these office buildings get taken early on.
Ooh, there's a nice little bounce pad there. Don't go by yourself, though. Wait for everybody. This is a good opportunity. You know the defensive bombardment was used. It's risky, but you cannot stay out here in the open, right? So it's now or never. And if you're going to take this fight, you got to do it and test it out and see where the waters lie. As PSS now taking this high ground over towards the building. Nice tracking there with the R301 coming in from Sleepy Panda. Has another player crossing as well, leading the shots perfectly. Not able to connect as much as he was hoping for. His Stomp's now getting some cover fire over towards the side, eating some longbow shots. And Sleepy Panda trying to strafe through those. But nice presence over here on top of the building, saying, hey, we own this real estate. Try to push away. And that's what you got to do. You kind of just got to bully teams out of your position. If you take the fight and they get a little bit too close, you got to take it fast and you got to win it swiftly. Otherwise, the third parties are going to fly in.
Yeah, surprising to find this action here on the northeast side of the map. We see the ring, of course, going toward the west more, over towards Countdown. But PSS will have time to work with. That was just the first zone, so they have about another 2.5 minutes to try and hunt down the squad. Sleepy Panda trying to creep up. He needs Dank to get the information for him. He needs to use that passer to figure out where these players are currently. But it's kind of a scary situation, as it seems he might be a little bit by himself. Benchwarmers have a position right outside of Countdown, playing inside the car. This is a common ending for this one right now. They've got pings down onto the sniper tower as well. There might be a team up there, or that's a position that they might want to play for. Maybe that might be the final zone.
It's going to be an interesting zone. Not quite sure what ending this is going to be. Now we get the nice scan coming through. So this is, it's big because you can see the positioning, but look at the surrounding areas. Anyone that comes out of that tunnel is going to be a nuisance. Fortunately, there's no one really coming out of that epicenter side for quite some time. Going to make the rotation from fragment. All those chokes are going to be owned. And it's going to be up to bench warmers to hold that position as long as possible as PSS laying down some shots. Stomps with the Rampage Gold Mag. Trying to put down some serious damage. But they have a trek over here. There's a lot of real estate that they're going to have to cross.
There's Team Intel in the area as well, just to the south a little bit, not too far away. They're running the Valkyrie, of course. So if they see the fight taking place and they see a lot of trades, they can just Valkyrie in. But it looks like PSS realized the time constraints that they're under right now, so they just back away off of this one, and they'll try and rotate in. We'll see. Maybe rotate through the Skyhook side and then come in. But I also remember seeing some teams actually fighting over there. So they'll have a lot to deal with on their way on in. For now, though, they're picking up some decent loot, some additional loot throughout all of this. So I'm surprised that there's all this on the ground for now. But PSS already looking great for the end game. You see the double purples along with the blue onto Dank. And he has plenty of ammo in that Rampage as well. On board with Chi-Town, who are playing that landslide tunnel that we saw Pop-Tarts in just beforehand. Intel find themselves in a fight, or at least long-range snipe onto Phony. Let's see if they can punish this one. The bubble has been used, and with this distance, that means the res probably already going through, as Verholz, his Q is back on cooldown now. He will have it available now as they're trying to hunt. No, the res never came out for Phony.
Unlucky. Intel's a really scrappy team too, so they're going to go and play this edge, but they're going to be one of those teams that just kind of weasel their way through a tough situation. Benchwarmer's in a tough spot over here. Young Pop-Tart gets a knock. It's going to be answered with Madness's knock as well, but now it's a 2-on-1 situation. Rambo and Knock trying to stay alive throughout all this. Rambo gets knocked. There's the full heal coming in. And no bubble for 20 seconds. This is a tough spot to be in. He knows the res is happening. He's going to take that opportunity to try to push around the side. But how can you take down 3 players that are looking at you all at once, plus the third parties happening on the hill? Remember, we're talking about the choke eventually going to happen over towards that fragment side. Well, it's starting to take place, and Benchwarmers felt the wrath of everybody kind of collapsing at the same time.
Huge opportunity for the rest of the lobby as well, but PSS now currently getting gate capped. There's a team playing the choke point as Stomps took a lot of damage. The defensive bombardment has been used, but as that bubble goes down, the EVA 8 shots connect onto the big boy. Q out as Dank narrowly misses out on critical damage, but Z Proficiency is there to finish him off. It is traded 1-for-1, bringing this down to a 2v2, but PSS have no more armor to play off of. Sleepy Panda takes out Z Proficiency, left in a 1v1, but there's a purple on the other side. Speed Bacon will be able to clutch up for his squad and trying to get the res, but will he be able to do it safely? Chi-Town in this fight, trying to gatekeep the squad that came in through the Harvester side. Missed to get that first knock onto Sharky Sama. Shy goes for that repeat once again. PK out as Mystic finds a second knock onto Insightful there. So Chi-Town will be able to clean up this squad. There's a lone Rats running around, just healing outside the zone, as Scratch is keeping an eye there.
Wonder who that is ratting over there. Doing a good job of staying alive in the zone, but at what cost? The zone's going to tick away pretty heavily, as Blight's going to be feeling that as well. He's going to go down as Verholz, Skittle Cakes going to combine for that kill. And now Sniper Meta down to a 2 versus 3, potentially going up against Intel. Jump pad is there. Is that going to be a defensive or offensive jump pad? It remains to be seen. SeriesE, unfortunately, will have to make their move eventually. Right now, they're trying to hold off a team of 3. As you can see, the player outlines around the corner. They're trying to make their way over towards where that caustic barrel is. May need a couple more, like that second one. But that barrel over towards the left is easily shot. So it looks like they're going to elect to go around the corner and ditch out on that spot. And Golden's going to, a little deja vu. People on that bridge. We're inside the building. Looks like we're safe for now. And Caustic remains to be strong in terms of holding players off.
There's still another team now down to the south, though, and they've given up the south side of the building. The barrels, will it be enough? They might have to pre-pop them here, as the push will come out soon. There's 40 seconds left before this zone starts closing in, and they need to make sure that their back is clear throughout all of this. Again, staying vigilant throughout this, because it is not safe. We're only in the top 15 here, as Team Intel will finish off. It looks like Sniper, Meta, LV, and Rollers going down. On board with Nestle, who are stuck over at Lava Fissure. Currently, Intel making their way into Landslide. They lose out on one. Trade back. Mystic going down. Chi-Town left in a 2v2 now, and it's going to be a 2v1. Dupe! Does he clutch up? No scratch. Will be able to knock out Team Intel. And so, again, if you're on like the middle of the pack, you love seeing this. We've got Benchwarmers out, Intel out now, so there's a huge opportunity in these final 2 games to climb up the ranks to try and hit the top 2.
And it's a great team fight win, but was it a little bit too late with the zone starting to move now? A splash now starting to gatekeep over here. You can see the zone is closing in. They're trying to close in with it. 75 damage coming in from Malice. 124 burst. Great tracking right there. Is going to drop that player down to no shields. R301 Volt coming through, and that team will have to make their way through that choke here very soon. Look at the way Malice is playing this one. Very well done. Staying advanced up on the map right now, trying to take these glitches, basically baiting things out for his team. And now he's going to fall back, and while that happens, he needs to stay alive. Unfortunately, it was a little bit too late. Nano plays this very, very passively and patiently, and it looks like it is going to work out. Nice nade from Turns inside the bubble, trying to play little dipsy doodle out here. It is going to connect, but I don't think Gibby's going to be able to win this one. Does get 1 knock. That's going to be 2. The third player, though, is full shield. That's going to be Vatro. He's even got the smoke up there to try to eliminate it. And, you know, that play really would have worked out for Malice. Unfortunately, once he turns his back and runs away, all 3 players are going to look at him. If he would have just stayed there and continued to add the pressure, I felt like things could have worked out just a little bit more. Unfortunately, we have the player outlines and he doesn't. So Applejack's now trying to stay alive. Oh my goodness. Kubsky taking the portal, getting on over towards the high ground. I'm not quite sure how this works out. It looks like they portaled down to take a fight and it just went miserably.
Now, if they can recover the banner, they do have time to go for the rest, but they need to do it now with a minute left to go before the zone starts closing. But see how long Chi-Town stick around for, or do they favor trying to find a spot inside the zone? As you can see, he's keeping an eye on that banner. He does have time to play off of it, but it's almost go time. They need to go for it right now. But they know that the team is there, and it's stuck inside of a car as well. Team Cheez It, though, do get pushed, as it looks like Zenoa will be able to finish off Finicky. Now it's all up to Golden, left by himself. Team Pop-Tarts really starting to fire up, and here comes the third party. Team Asura coming in left and right, taking out Zenoa now. Z Davis drops down low. It's only up to Lion, left in a 1v3. Not enough in the tank. Team Asura's really starting to fire up here.
Tough situation. There's not any armor swaps right there for them to get immediately after they came through. So whatever, you know, healing that they needed to do, whatever reloading they needed to do, just didn't have enough time overall. As Cupsy is actually going to pick up a kill on a scratch. Are they going to go for this banner? We know that the zone is closing. They do get it, but I don't think that's going to be enough time. I know it's not going to be enough time, because this is going to slowly start to close in. Maybe they're going to find some sort of respawn along the way, mobile respawn beacon, anything to try to get Blueberry back into this game so they can have that bubble for this extremely open zone that's about to take place. But that's back-to-back games where Pop-Tart is going to eliminate Cheez It, but then Pop-Tarts gets eliminated on the third party right there. As Cupsy takes a ton of damage. That looked like that came from the sniper post.
And we saw the pings going down there from the Benchwarmers earlier on. Seems like maybe just this corner is in, and they should be safe. Now, were they able to recover a mobile respawn beacon? That's the big question here, as Team Asurus do get finished off. Oz going down to the ring. Actually, Vatra going down to the ring. One player remaining for them, I believe, as Mochi is trying to pick up this kill, just pushing in now. That's going to be RCO on the other side of this one, trying to get a knock onto him, but RCO answered back, but it's a 1v2 now, as Mochi and company will be able to finish them off. Need to recover Midnight, though, and they do have the cover to work off of as well, and we're seeing the power of the caustics. actually getting an assist. Another squad ended up popping that barrel for them. So they'll have that cover to work with as Midnight Sun will be able to heal up, but that ring continuing to pull away, and that sniper post is actually in. So we didn't get a good look if a team is playing up there, but if someone has that position, they'll be extremely happy.
I mean, they could basically just shoot these barrels and survive right now and treat this as a Gibraltar bubble as they clear out in the smoke. You don't really need these barrels. They're not going to be useful for the next zone anyway. So you might as well just use them or just grab them and continue to add pressure in advance with some sort of smoke screen, because it's tough with this team on the sniper posts. Yes, there is 6 squads overall. They're going to be focused on other things, but how are you going to advance without a Gibraltar through all this? Really, it's only a smoke screen advance. It's going to have to be an immediate, type of play where you are portaling forward or, doing something along the way where one player sits back and adds cover fire. There's a lot of real estate and there's not much to work with.
Applejacks were never able to recover, just losing out on Kupski there. We'll see if Jungle can get that res onto him, but Clone Force 32 want the kills, and they will be able to pick that one up when stolen by Fat Fruit Ninja. Now, they need to work their way on in. Port out for Midnight Sun. Let's see, Mochi does have 3 barrels to throw down for some cover if they need to use it. And they do have the low to work off of now. It's all about setting up for this. It's going to be the final 4 squads, and it seems like there might be one lone rat still alive.
It's definitely a lone rat. The interesting spot about staying here is you don't necessarily even need to stay here. You can go directly under the sniper post and still be in a good spot, and those barrels will be a little bit more useful down there too. Edge is clear, but you could take big grenade damage right here. If one was going to be landed, right, you would just place one over towards that left-hand side, another towards the right-hand side, and then they have to move their way against the wall, and that would be your opportunity to do something. At this point, how long has FKP been up at the sniper post? How much resources do they necessarily have? Already running low on light ammo, and that's one of the tough spots about holding this position is you got to be careful for that end game, right? This is going to close in 30 seconds, plus it's going to take a minute and 30 to close. 60 shots really just isn't going to be enough in that R301, so Proficiency has to be very careful about his decisions. Oh, Mochi.
They'll have jump pad. They'll have jump pad in time, and it looks like Mochi is that rat as Fat Fruit Ninja gets a knock and picked up 2. And Mochi picks up 1 throughout all that, and so now we're down to the top 3 squads. Mochi doing a great job, and that rat. Zone will close in about 5 more seconds. Mochi trying to find more. No, it's going to be Hakulo going down as that rat. Never mind. Excuse me. Here's FKP, though, on the high ground. Crispy Bacon. He's got the charged up Rampage. Doing a lot of damage there. Will he be able to get the knock? Fearing Live somehow surviving defensive bombardment as they want to secure this knock as well. As they get the bat off in time, they go for the Q coordinated as well, but he somehow survives just in time to get that, that bubble down. BDP versus FKP in the final team fight. You have priority on this. The jump pad will be used as well for Z Proficiency to allow them to get in, bubble down from that defensive bombardment to keep his teammates safe as Crispy Bacon is just holding the high ground. This finally forced down, but he takes no damage throughout all of that. Rejoins his squad. Will go ahead and pop off that bat, get back into place as now they push forward for this final 3v3. Big damage out, but it's going to be BDP to get the first knock answered back down to a 2v2 here as BDP have a slight HP advantage. Beautiful spray out from Dresbach as he wants to finish this one off with that R301, and it will be BDP to take game number 5 of the evening.
Crispy Bacon was doing whatever he could throughout all of that. I mean, hitting defensive bombardments. Maybe the defensive bombardment could have been a little bit different because he throws it on a Gibraltar who ends up bubbling. And if that's the case, maybe throw it on the other teammates who don't have the bubble and then force the Gibraltar out over towards the back is what I was thinking. But the Rampage shots were there. It was just a counter defensive bombardment that came in a little bit late, forced the bubble over towards the other side, and then allowed them to heal and reset the fight. So all that damage that Crispy Bacon ended up doing ended up getting thrown out the window. That was a great job.
Yeah, and so we have 1 game left to go, our final game of the evening with our top squads not performing extremely well here in game number 5. It opens it up pretty wide for the rest of the lobbies. So I'm really excited to see what the leaderboard looks like, but that does mean we have to take a break while our admins do that. So don't go anywhere, guys. We have 1 more game right after this break.
This is the line Pop-Tart. My ideal Pop-Tart would be a Nutella-filled Pop-Tart or like a hazelnut variation-filled Pop-Tart, I think it would go amazing because the pastry crust of the Pop-Tart and the hazelnut spread would just go ideal together. Perfect breakfast combination. If you guys are looking to get your favorite Pop-Tart flavor or my personal favorite, Hot Fudge Sundae, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to get whatever products you need. My name is Lion, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Pop-Tarts Week.
Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. Stack Pringles flavors. Make new ones.
How much do you think Pringles paid these people?
Hardly anything.
Hey, you guys want to stack different Pringles flavors to create new flavor combos? Here, I'll go first. Pizza, barbecue, and jalapeno. The spicy barbecue pizza stack.
Get him!
Grandpa, what's going on?
Pringles. We're trapped in a Pringles commercial. They must have taken us in our sleep.
How can we get out?
We can't, Summer. They warned me this would happen and I didn't listen.
Stack Pringles, make endless new flavors. Stacking Pringles to make new flavors. Make endless new flavors. Barbecue, wavy, and sour cream and onion equals a 3-layer dip.
What's up, everyone? That's game number 5 and just one more left on the day. BDP grabbing a big victory there in one of our final 2 showings on the night. A couple of open teams in the end there. The partnered squad's having a bit of a rough go of it. We see the squad sitting at the top, Benchwarmers going out early, and I was sitting in the studio thinking, dang, this is a huge opportunity for Team Intel. They can close that gap, but they go out, I believe, in 14th place. They got some kills, but really weren't able to take advantage of that opportunity. So they're going to be kicking themselves and will need a monstrous performance here to try and catch up. So Benchwarmers got to be feeling good about that. But let's check out our player of the game here for our game 5 here on the day. We'll pull this one up for you here as Pop-Tarts week continues. And look at that, it's young Pop-Tart. Very perfect placement there during Pop-Tarts week. 3 kills, 5 assists, and just shy of 1,400 damage there on the Seer. So great game from Pop-Tart. The BDP squad grabs a win here. Not sure how that's going to shake up the standings, but very curious to see if maybe they jump into the conversation for second place. Obviously, Intel was sitting there through 4 games and are going to be looking to, at the very least, hold on to that spot here. We may get, in fact, our first open squad winning an open night this season. We've had 4 open night performances so far, and they've been dominated by Team Razor and Team Intel, but we might finally see a new team at the top of the standings. Do want to remind you guys, if you want to get any Esports Arena merch, I'm rocking the Pop-Tarts jersey here. I even got my very comfortable Champion brand Esports Arena joggers wearing right now. If you want to get some of those yourself, you can head over to shop.esportsarena.com right now. And if you use promo code Pop-Tarts15 this week, you can get 15% off your order. So shop.esportsarena.com, use promo code Pop-Tarts15. We're going to a quick break. When we come back, it's our final game of the night here as Pop-Tarts week continues.
This is the Z Davis Pop-Tart. It's a normal Pop-Tart with a normal frosted coating with cheesecake filling in the middle. I just feel like cheesecake is going to be a perfect breakfast item. I love the sweet Pop-Tarts flavors, and I feel like cheesecake would be a really good filling inside of a Pop-Tart. If you're ever looking for any Pop-Tarts or new gaming gear, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to find all that you need. My name is Z Davis. I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Team Pop-Tarts Week.
It's fruit, refreshingly sweet, but without sugar, 0 calorie treat. They're all our top flavored splash. It's fruit freshin'.
Cheese it, snapped. How's it taste? It's so thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it. And eating it.
They love them. Snapped. So good, we may run out of cheese.
All right, welcome back, guys. We have one last game left to go, and once again, with bench warmers going down early on in game number 5, that leaves the field pretty wide open for a lot of teams to find a spot in the top 2. So let's take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard now. See exactly where we stand before we head into the final game of the evening. Bench warmers, now their lead has been cut down. Team Intel are 19 points out from the top place, but take a look at the spread there just underneath Team Intel. We have a lot of teams scrambling for a top 2, maybe even a top finish.
Can't wait to see what happens here if Team Intel could potentially take benchwarmers down after 2 slow games in game number 4 and game number 5. They had 60 points after the first 3 games, obviously only 7 since halftime. I'm thinking that benchwarmers is not going to have another poor game here, so Intel is going to have to go absolutely nutty. This is, that point in SeriesE, game number 6, where all the math really starts to come into play. Everyone's looking into the kill feed, and then those teams on the right-hand side go absolutely nutty with it and try to pick up a ton of kills. We may see some 50-50s, a lot more running around, a lot more aggression because people understand the amount of points and the math that they need to make up to try to get into the money.
Yeah, a win here in game number 6 from really any of our squads from 3rd even down to 12th place. If Team Intel have a bad game number 6, they could snipe away that 2nd place spot at the very least. We'll see if benchwarmers can hold on to that 1st place position. Let's take a look at the Mobile One high performance moment of game number 5, though, before we go into the final game of the evening.
And it's going to be the top drop down coming in from FKP, which was a little bit of a risky play. But Proficiency played this one correctly. They go and get the finish. They go and get the res throughout all of that. Fortunately, Fat Fruit Ninja didn't get thirsted, which could have been devastating. And then Crispy Bacon, while he was up top here, he just lands down so much damage. You really think that, yes, those shots could have connected and things would have been completely differently, but I still think he was doing a phenomenal job. And this is that moment, Jamerson, where I'm thinking shallow here. Instead of going far, I'm thinking shallow, split him off from the other side, and then you're going to be in a much better position because look at all of a sudden the Gibby comes down. There goes the bubble, a couple of missed shots, not enough focus over there. Once that bubble goes down, that's a great opportunity to even send it on the 2 players over towards the ground, but they let them full heal on the BDP side. You can see damage, healing over towards the side, defensive bombardment coming through. All of these split-second decisions all start to add up and just allow BDP to get back into the game.
So it was just a beautiful anchor, though, coming out from Crispy Bacon on that high ground sniper post. We knew once we saw these circles that sniper post was going to be a very important position. Beautiful setup as BDP do trade away. This was a scrappy fight coming down, I believe, to the final 1v1 here. But it's going to be Dressbacks. He just has the HP advantage to finish it off.
Yeah, and again, that's just the aggression that is missing from some of these teams is the aggression that comes with experience and confidence from not only, playing in these major ALGSs, not even playing in SeriesE, but playing as a team for quite some long, whether that's ranked or whether that's in tournaments. And if you're able to, eliminate the, second or 2 here that is allowed to healing, then FKP definitely wins this game. Again, the positioning was great. Everything up to this point was great. This defensive bombardment plus the delay not to capitalize on once they have them split is the big reason they end up losing this. You could throw the shots out the window, honestly. You could miss every single shot until you get up close at this moment if you just send 3 players onto 2 and then bubble down and take that advantage. Unfortunately, they didn't do that. They ended up losing that fight, but still a great job just to get to that point, and I'm sure they won't make that mistake again.
Here we go. The final game of the evening here for SeriesE Open Nights. As, again, it's super close, but right now, benchwarmers have a 19-point lead over Team Intel. So it's going to be primarily Team Intel who need to upset the benchwarmers. Benchwarmers, like you said, like you mentioned, have not had the greatest of the last 2 games. They had 60 points after the first half and have only put up 7. Team SeriesE getting contested over here. Frag East, his bird drops down low. He's able to queue out, but where's the rest of his squad? He's still getting chased down. Scripps is right there to take him out. Finicky answers back, taking on Ikari, but now they need to follow up on the rest of this fight. SeriesE, they might lose out on Golden, who doesn't have any more armor there. Needs an armor swap to work off of this. He's getting chased down. Finicky, though, turns back onto that. Now they have the crossfire set up, but Finicky will fall. Bubble is out, and now it's up to Golden in the 1v2, and he's just giving up on this one, as he doesn't even really have any heals left, as Finicky does get finished off, so Scripps is going to have that armor swap to play off of.
And Golden didn't realize the situation. He maybe wasn't able to win that 1 versus 2, but possible third party coming through is what backed him off, and that was bench warmers in the vicinity. And this is exactly what we're talking about before the game started. There's going to be unorthodox 50-50s. There's going to be extra aggression that's coming through, and we're already seeing that from a couple of our teams here on that fragment side. Bounce pad already being used for Madness, perfectly executed, taking the high ground angle, completely unexpected from the rest of these players. Not only that, drops down, and just look at the plays, look at the swiftness, and look what happens when you don't allow players to heal and you just move in an extra second. His, you know, his shot and his tracking is good, but it's the movement, it's the decision making that all comes together.
Now he's on the hunt for this crypto, as he didn't even clear out the drone. He just said hello and then ran past. So he was trying to find him inside that drone mode, but they've created some distance. They have backed off. We'll see. I don't think they were able to recover the banner with that drone, unfortunately. So benchwarmers will continue to try and hunt them down, running over towards the respawn beacon to see maybe they're in this area over by No Name. Benchwarmers really want to build up that momentum that they had in the first 3 games and start performing once again. But as we join on board with Rockstar, we get our first look at the ring, pulling over towards the Hot Springs side, as they're running that Rev Octane, but they've lost out on Hambino. Trino picks that one up. Unfortunate for Team Rockstar.
Curious how Hambino didn't get the memo of the rotation. It was very late, and he's, instead of ballooning, ziplining across. So I'm thinking they were over towards the Lava Fissure side. Since he looted over towards the opposite side of Lava Fissure, they didn't take the balloon, and then he gets caught off guard. I don't know. That was a very interesting rotation to have 3 players go so separately and staggered. Let's see what Protectful, Kubsky, and Blueberry from Team Applejacks have in store off of their rotation. You can see the mini map heavily favoring that west side. A lot of southern zones today. Makes it tough for teams like Team Razor to go and make their rotations, but either way, it's nice to see some sort of southern zones. I feel like it's always been northern zones up until these last couple weeks.
They're just going to hug the south side here of Lava Siphon for now as they rotate in. I mean, they already look pretty decent for the late game. They've got the triple purples, but the Razor, we always know here on the open nights, when they get trials, they'll have a double golds, and now they're trying to punish off that opening damage here as Baby Thule and Hakulo are going to lead front lines as they get turned around on. Hakulo almost goes down. That was going to be Drezax picking that one up. Bubble has been used from the squad as well, and that was what BDP that got the win in the last game, but now they're being punished.
They are, and they're on the hunt on the opposite side for Team Razor. Thule was looking all over the place, but that was kind of a bait bubble. Watch my back bubble as I run away and escape. No reason to go for that banner there, as Team Razor is, you know, pretty close to the zone. They're going to continue to camp this area, wait for more kill points to come their way, and a lot of times, too, when shots get fired, other teams are kind of looking to third party, and you could see someone posturing around the corner on the outskirts of Skyhook once they decide they want to leave. I'm not quite sure if that's a full team or not, or if that's just someone looking to recover the banner. But either way, you always have to be aware of other potential teams after a fight, and that's why Razor's just continuing to scout things out.
And Rockstar never able to recover Hambino's banner either, and so they're going to be in a tough spot, not having that Bloodhound just be that extra presence. But there it is. Nice spray from Aves at the very least, but Kimchi Lee gets cracked, and they can't follow that one up. Trying to hold these buildings without the Bloodhound is going to be incredibly difficult for them. Playing inside center zone, not having that extra third player for having extra heals around as well. And so, let's see, RKT, though, find themselves in a fight over here at Lava Fissure, stuck inside a building right now, as Tyler is going to back off with that Q. The port just to cover the door, but Arcstars can still make their way on in. That's going to be RCO getting that knock on to Tyler. You got Clinical here on the Watson, whose interception pylon did get cleared, but now he's getting challenged all up to Lightstar Joe as the rest of RCO make their way on in. It's going to be a clean wipe for them as we're down to 17 squads, 48 players remaining. All of our games have been extremely fast-paced here in the early game. Here's Clone Force 32, though, looking to finish off the rest of Rockstar. There's still one more remaining as Pop-Tarts are playing the choke over by the thermal side. Defensive bombardment going down as well. We'll see. Doesn't look like it was Z Davis's. You can just wait this one out. Just play the choke, play for the kill points here in the mid game.
Z Davis has to be careful. He's always taking these off angles like he's playing Wraith. He needs to just stick right next to Lion, because while there was the player outlines for us, you really don't know what's going to happen in any given point in time in these games. And a defensive bombardment splitting you away from your team is not good when you're the Gibraltar. Razor, though, coming through, getting the finish right there onto Young Pop-Tart and Fear and Live. So now that team is eliminated after getting first place in the previous game. But Razor continues to impress. And I think that after today, they may climb up a little bit in those weekly power rankings that are being put together. And Zeratricky has been a huge reason of that. Again, just great overall play. You're seeing so many different levels of the way that he plays the game. And it's great to watch him just continue to improve. I mean, he's really improved from season after season.
PSS finding out bench warmers here. They've gotten 2 kills at least, Rambo and Madness. Now it's all up to Noct left in this. As we're seeing just the roams around the edges, trying to find these edge fights, and ultimately did get punished. But did they do enough? Remember, they had a 19-point lead over Team Intel. They hit top 15. They have about 6 kill points as well, but there's Noct getting spotted out, heading for the 9 onto that purple armor. It's just a matter of time for PSS before they find him and knock them out.
And there it is, Sleepy Panda coming through with the longbow, finishing Noct, and now the rest of the lobby is going to open up. I'm thinking possibly Team Intel as we switch on over them. Perfect time, and Skittlecakes is looking for a fight, and they're going to have even more confidence now, seeing that benchwarmers have been taken out. But Dupe eats a lot of damage, almost goes down, has to use a battery. Nice angle coming in from Skittlecakes, showing the power of that Valkyrie throughout all of this. Even drops back down so he can try to continue to use unorthodox spots and head glitches, and you'd be surprised. Pro players finding head glitches out of nowhere. Just a little bob and weave here behind these pillars, and that's all he needs. Great flank, though, by the enemy team over towards the left-hand side. Nobody on Intel was expecting that one. Look at how Velhorst and Skittlecakes are working together, though. Yes, Dupe is a little bit by himself over towards the side, but he's still within running in bubble distance as he lays down some great cover fire. I don't think he has his defensive bombardment in hand, but that doesn't mean that Skittlecakes doesn't have his grenade bombardment over towards the side. Dupe has to back off, though. There is a third party over here, so this has to be formulated, has to be calculated. This is such an important win for Team Intel.
Yeah, the entire time Pop-Tart just watching on from that choke, but Skittlecakes once again with this high ground angle, doing some decent damage with this rampage, but not critical quite yet. We'll have another Q in just a moment, but Malice Mamba gets that first knock onto Verholst. Skittlecakes caught in his animations. The melee is not going to be enough, but Turns is still alive here. It should be Pop-Tarts coming in for the third party very shortly. No, they don't push out of their position, and so it looks like they didn't feel like they have enough. They didn't cover enough ground here to try and punish Team Intel. So Team Intel staying alive, finding the kill points they need. Now this is their opportunity. With benchwarmers knocked out, they can try to get the big win, but they need to match the kill points that they've already gotten here. As we join on board with Team Razor, who are the ones fighting team fight after team fight. Baby Thule and Hackil getting the knocks onto Fat Fruit Ninja and Proficiency. Just one player remaining, but it does seem like that player might have been able to get out of here.
Again, just so impressed with the way that Zeratricky is so determined to destroy this lobby with his shots, and every little decision that he's going with, you can see the damage coming out from everybody on the team. They have about 1,500 damage already halfway through this game as a squad. Hackula looking pretty solid here with the R301 3X. They finish off Crispy Bacon. There's the kill lead going on. Oh, big grenade out of nowhere. Someone would say that was a dank grenade. Thompson Panda now looking to follow up on that one. Razor completely caught off guard.
Oh, they were looking so good. Took minimal damage in that last team fight. Baby Thule does get finished off. Zeratricky is the next one to fall. There's only one player remaining now for Team Razor. Who expects this late rotate? I mean, remember, PSS took a lot of time in the zone hunting down the benchwarmers, so it's really hard to predict this kind of late rotation coming out from that northeast side. I understand Razor feeling a little bit safe there, but damn. We'll see, though, if they can try and recover these banners. It's going to be incredibly difficult work as PSS now find themselves getting gate kept by a team up top on the high ground here at Landslide, but we'll see if they can find an opening. Looks like the Wraith portal might have been used up top as well, so that squad is going to be out of options. It's Applejacks that are up here, and it was the port out actually from Kubsky to get them closer into the middle of the zone.
And I'm watching because we're on a delay. I have the stream up over towards the side to see exactly how Baby Tuli was taken out. He was full health, and then that was a 1-2-3 shoot on top of a well-timed grenade, all at the same time, 200-0 instantly. Nothing Baby Tuli could have done throughout all of that. Like you said, we'll see if they can get any type of momentum going to try to get back into this one. Double bubbles happening over towards the side. You can see defensive bombardment happening too. You can see where Applejacks is. Golden from Team Cheez It is there with Bird and Finicky. I believe Finicky's still in this one. If he is, that's going to be big having Caustic still there. But Sleepy Panda, Dank, and Stomps now are continuing to play aggressive as they have for a majority of this game. Speaking of aggressive, Lion is getting in there. Unfortunately, doesn't have a grenade. There's a big scan coming out. Z Davis needs to be there with the bubble if they want to go and push over towards the store. That would definitely be the play once this big damage comes through. But you can see multiple scans coming out on both sides.
And I think that's Team Intel that's inside the cart right now. They just picked up a duo as Applejack's in some trouble. Oh, that's the knock. It's Kupsky left once again. Final member for his team. The defensive bombardment did some damage to him. His position has been given away. And, well, Protectable shows up with that knock shield, trying to provide some extra cover. Now this Death Box will provide cover. Did they see him? Oh, they can actually shoot through. That's unfortunate. Kubsky actually only took like one shot there, surprisingly, throughout all of that. We'll see how much longer he can rat this one out for. Last time we saw him ratting, he was able to hit top 4. And this time around, he has been able to safely back away. But for how long? A lot of teams starting to show up here on the north side of the zone. The ring does pull a bit away from that Hot Springs Geyser area. It's pulling more towards the train tracks just to the east of it as well. Some of staging is in as we have Team Intel in a fight right now up against Clone 432. Team Intel are out. CLG have basically secured the win, barring a 30, 40 point or 35 point game from any of our middle of the pack teams.
It's a big win right there as Mochi's going to hit the heels. They're still in the zone as well. Plenty of death boxes to work through as they're going to be going through Intel's. We know Bench Warmer's already taken down, so not quite sure who can really strike here. Maybe it's going to be Team Pop-Tarts, but they don't have a lot of kill points on the board, unfortunately, for them in this game, and that's what they're going to need. Someone who's going to have to drop maybe a 20-kill game. Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case.
Yeah, that's the rest of the lobby at this point, but here they go, making their move now. It seems to play for that middle bridge position when that can be hard to play, but we'll see. Scans out, realizing that there is a team up top. They can play here, which is definitely much safer, but they want to go further in and actually take just that lower bridge spot. So they will be able to get this one for free. And looking at the game set, it does make sense. I mean, half the lobby's already dead. We were talking about fast games. This is it. Oh, it does look like Hakulo was able to get his team back in. And so now there's still one player remaining for Razor. Never mind, Baby Tuli gets finished off. Unfortunate for Razor as they were able to recover, but they get taken out. We are now in top 8 position.
And now you can see where the zone is going to move, and this position ends up being a fairly solid position to be in for Team Pop-Tarts. PSS taking a look where they're at. Decent amount of map they have to cover here, but like you said, only 8 squads left, so it's not that crazy of an opportunity to go across now, and that's what he's going to do. So Stomps is going to go and make the way over there towards Sleepy Panda. Sleepy Panda going to go and scout forward on the Wraith, try to figure out what is available, and rightfully so, is Dank's going to go and put the cover down over towards the high ground. So really like this positioning, really like this play coming in from PSS. Everybody really playing into the Legends role very well, and unfortunately for Dank, these players are being extremely sneaky down over towards the low ground. It looks like they have an idea, and now the scan is going to 100% confirm that. And there's the Beast of the Hunt coming through. Are they going to filter this team over towards the death zone? I mean, there is no area to work with. They have to continue to push forward. Dank realizes that. He's going to go in on over towards the Bird. Unfortunate for Bird, there is nowhere to go. And same with Golden. They're going to get dropped inside the tunnel. I mean, just nothing you can do in that type of situation. No portal to get over towards the back, and even if so, Are you going to get chased by PSS? Most likely. You could see the aggression coming in from Dank was just way too much.
It's just the extermination squad finding the rest of the fragmented squads left. I believe they hit Kupski on that last scan as the Beast of the Hunt was ending as well. We'll see though. Kupski can be pretty wily. He can be fairly slippery there on that Wraith. And he's already hit top 7 for his team. Last time around we saw him hitting top 4, but there's a Bloodhound on your trail. So now, as the zone starts closing in, a lot of these squads are going to start funneling in from the western side. You can see, I believe, Pop-Tarts is still up top. They won't have the train tracks to play off of. Excuse me, Pop-Tarts is here. They don't have the high ground, but they do have access to it. And it's just about making sure that no one sneaks in behind them over here on the staging side. So just good vigilance out right now. The high ground could be challenged if they want to. For the time being, it looks like they're just going to play this in a very neutral way. Like you said, though, Tom, they need to start finding kill points. They had some great spots to do it. They never took advantage of it. Team Asuras getting a knock onto Midnight Sun as we join on board with them. Nano Fries might go down. Mochi will fall. And Team Asuras do not lose anyone. Yes, most surprisingly, throughout all of that, even though Nano was down to about 25 HP, Wraith Q's into safety here. Now Team Asuras recovering. We'll have a moment to just top off. RCO holding top bridge. They've got the squad behind them now. That Q coming out from Holiday, connecting onto 3 members. He does have the side angle to play off of. It's going to be the L-Star here as he almost cracks armor, but RCO not ready to push out quite yet.
That's kind of annoying to deal with, right? 200 of that L-Star just coming over towards your side. Going back to Pop-Tarts and Applejacks, the way that they're playing, I'm actually a fan of Pop-Tarts kind of playing this passively because of 2 reasons. One is overall cumulative points, and 2 is overall practice, right? Imagine if this was a game that you really needed to win and you just needed to play it safe. Might as well, right? Might as well get that dub. Maybe they're, understanding mathematically they can't really wipe this entire lobby anyway, so just try to get as many points as they can. Because, you do want to finish in the money today, but you get way more money just by consistently staying inside of SeriesE. So that thought process from Pop-Tarts, A-okay with me. Is RCO going to take some good angles with the Spitfire?
Yeah. They can walk up with this bridge as well. And oh my goodness, Nano with that Spitfire, he has 140 shots left in it now. We'll go ahead and commit to the drop down. Bam click here with him as well. Going full into them now, backing away, trying to utilize that cover, but no extra damage quite yet. PSS losing out on 1. Pop-Tarts actually steal that kill away from RCO. And it looks like Pop-Tarts have a great angle on them as they can just back away even further. It's going to be right into waiting wall of Pop-Tarts, but RCO do secure that kill onto Dank at the very least. We'll see if Pop-Tarts can find any more. And I think that might be a rat right below them as well. There's the scan, and they do have the confirmation. Do they try to go for it?
Yeah, I like this aggressive play from Lion. I was saying he could get crazy and portal down, maybe go for a capture or just give himself an off angle. And now you can see where everybody else is on the map too. Asuras is locking things down on top of the bridge. And because of that angle from Lion, he puts the portal on the ground around the corner. There's really nothing that you can do. But if you go in and kill that rat, now you can also get eyes on what it's like down below you, create opportunities, and try to thin out the rest of this lobby. Is Kupski being sneaky? Directly down below Pop-Tarts, you can see the multiple layer cake happening on top of this bridge.
Sleepy Panda alive as well. And the 2 rats you can see. We'll see if Sleepy Panda or Kupski actually face off against each other. As again, it's 2 rats remaining here, and the longer you survive, the more points you get. I mean, where you've hit top 6, every position you survive, that's going to be an additional point, an additional 2 points, maybe even 3 or 5. So it can be very crucial here. As Kupski does get spotted out right below them. I thought you could fire through these, but Lion's not going to waste any more ammo there. He is down to the last 100 of his mag, but here it is, the final circle. 6 squads remaining, 2 rats along with full squads here, as we don't know are getting punished by this Caustic. And oh boy, Batro picking up 2 of those. Asuras themselves are playing the Caustic, which might have made them feel a little bit safe, but Batro gets punished. Sharky-sama, can he recover? Does seem like the rest of Asuras want to now get revenge for him, but it's Pop-Tarts taking the height here, seeing the trades. They want the kill points as they push up.
Lion needs to be careful. He wants to get aggressive, but he needs to fall back to the bubble. and also has an opportunity to go and hit a battery if he wants to hill. Meanwhile, Z Davis is dropping down and doing some crazy stuff over here, going for the rats. He's, you know what, Tomcat needs to hire this guy because he is going down and exterminating people right now. And I like the play to, if they're going to drop down, everybody drop down. But at that point, it was looking like they had that high ground one, right? They were in the bubble, maybe just stay in the bubble and try to re-heal. Now they're going to have to work their way all the way back up if they want to win this thing without having a heal off.
They do finish off Sleepy Panda. Now it's the top two, but it's a 2v3 here as the drop down comes out from RCO. Zenoa's the next one to fall. Lion now with his high ground. Does he have enough? The EVA 8 shots just not good enough as Lion cues back. It's just a matter of time. RCO will take the final win in just a moment there for game number 6. The big question is, did Pop-Tarts do enough in that game to try and steal away second place from Team Intel?
If Pop-Tarts didn't have a slow start, they could have really been having themselves one heck of a day. I think they only had 5 points after the first 2 games. Then they started to consistently put top 3 after top 3. It's looking like they're due for a win on our pro night, but we'll have to see exactly who won tonight on our open day.
That's right. We're going to take a break while our admins, of course, tabulate the results. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll announce the winners of open night after this break.
Hey, what's up, guys? Lion here. I'm about to try my favorite flavor, Hot Fudge Sundae. I'll let you guys know how it is. Pop-Tarts wasn't kidding when they say it's crazy good. It literally tastes like a hot fudge sundae. Definitely highly recommend it. My go-to. I've probably eaten about 4 boxes in a little over a week. A little unhealthy, but definitely my go-to flavor, and I love it. If you guys are looking to get your favorite Pop-Tart flavor or my personal favorite, Hot Fudge Sundae, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to get whatever products you need. My name is Lion, and I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Pop-Tarts Week.
I wasn't born in the spotlight. Nah. Had to grind to shine like a star on a hot night. And something about the struggle now resides in my muscles. And every trial and trouble helped to hang my hustle. Real rock stars don't chase the spotlight. It chases them.
Imagine you love frosting and filling.
I do love frosting and filling.
Oh, well, imagine if there was a way to enjoy that delicious goodness anywhere, anytime, out of the toaster, out of the box, out of one of those baggy thingies, with nothing but a thin layer of foil between you and...
Pasta.
Yes, Curtis. This is a commercial about pasta.
I love it.
Frosting and filling for your pasta.
I like pesto.
What's up, everybody? Yeso back here once again, and that's all 6 games of the night. Behind us is RCO, able to grab the win to close out the night there. Sadly, Team Pop-Tarts not able to pull out the victory, but very consistent top placings tonight is something that they can hang their hat on. We'll have to see how that shakes up the standings when we go back to Jamerson and Tom here in a few moments. But let's check out our final player of the game here for open night here in Pop-Tarts week. And it's going to be Nan203, 7 kills, 3 assists, and over 2,400 damage. Great game to close out the night on RCO, grabbing at the very least 22 points into that one. So you absolutely love to see that kind of performance to close out the night. We'll have to see again how that shakes up the standings, but very fun finish to the day. Now we'll have to see if some of these squads can carry that momentum into tomorrow. I talk about it every week, but we have yet to see our pro squads consistently finish at the top on Wednesday nights. But we did see Team Pringles come in a tie for second, technically grabbing third a week ago. They had a strong game earlier today, didn't necessarily follow through front to back, but these squads need to show up on Wednesday nights if they want to continue to compete. So love to see that. And open night all done there. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, we'll check out our Mobile One leaderboard and the final Mobile One high performance moment of the night. And I'll be back to close the show.
Hey, what's up? My name is Z Davis, and I'm about to try the strawberry Pop-Tarts flavor. There's a reason why strawberry is the best Pop-Tart. That jam inside the middle and the frosted coating on top just makes it one of the best of all time. If you want to try any new Pop-Tarts, you got to try the strawberry. It's one of my favorites, and it's got to be one of the best out there. If you're ever looking for any Pop-Tarts or new gaming gear, head over to walmart.com/esportsarena to find all that you need. My name is Z Davis. I play Apex Legends for Team Pop-Tarts, and you're watching Team Pop-Tarts Week.
All right, welcome back, guys, to Series E. The big question is, did Pop-Tarts do enough to try and secure second place? We're going to have to take a look at the Mobile One leaderboard. Benchwarmers should have had enough points to secure first place. It's all about that big second spot, and Pop-Tarts missed out by 5 points, Tom.
They did, and if they would have just, again, not started off so slow, plus some minor just misplays there towards the end, maybe dropping down from the high ground, could have paid out just a little bit differently and took second place, but still a lot to build on. And, you know, I went into their streams, vibes were still high. I'm pretty sure they're going to continue to practice after this, and they're getting ready for the pro night tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a third place finish for them here during Pop-Tarts week as well. So, no, you know, you can't take that away from them, especially for really contending up against the squad, especially our open squad that definitely performs the best on open nights, and that is going to be Team Intel. This time only getting 56 points. So Team Intel, as the season goes on, has been slowing down a bit here on the open nights. We'll see if they can pick that back things up. But yeah, congratulations to Benchwarmers for taking first place. Let's take a look at one last Mobile One high performance moment there from game number 6. You can see the drop down to secure the kills onto all of the rats. I believe this one's Kubsky. Yeah, he gets taken out, and then should be one more remaining somewhere. I don't know exactly where he is, but yeah, losing out on Z Davis there was really unfortunate. If they could have recovered him, there was a shot for them to get the res if there wasn't another rat in play. But you see them securing this kill onto Sleepy Panda. If they could have secured Z Davis and had 3v3 up against RCO here and taken this team fight win, this would have been the 6-point swing they needed to get into second place.
I think this a lot of it is comfort on Gibraltar for Z Davis, right? Because if he could just understand that there's a lot going on from his teammates' screen, if he just kind of sticks around them and waits for opportunities, he doesn't have to overextend and feel like he has to take on the world. And a lot of times it looks like that's kind of what he's doing, right? Where it's like he's not even full shields yet. He's coming through, getting that, you know, knock right there, looking around, comes up, and then just doesn't even heal, still over challenges and gets ripped apart right there. That was a great opportunity to heal, great opportunity to fall back, work around your team. Unfortunately, that just didn't pan out for them. That was the points that they needed right there, those extra 6 points to go and take second place. So again, just minor mistakes there coming in for Pop-Tarts. Even if you're making minor mistakes and still getting third place, that's a really great sign. And a lot of these mistakes are very easily fixable, right? So if you can see them and if you could just kind of adjust on them, those are the first starts. That's the big start for Team Pop-Tarts, and I think they're going to continue to do well this week.
Yeah, if we can, I would love to see the cumulative leaderboard. If we can't, I mean, that's fine too. We still have lots of Apex going on this weekend. So yeah, let's go ahead and look at the cumulative leaderboard. But again,
I don't think we have that
big...
actually.
Oh, we don't have it. Okay, sorry. It's a little bit difficult to hear. So that's going to do it for us then. Congratulations, bench warmers, for taking the dub tonight. Team Intel coming in for second place. We're going to have Yeso, of course, closing out the show. We will see you guys tomorrow for Pro Night. So have a good night, and we'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right, folks. Thank you, Jamerson and Tom. Pros, as always. So please make sure to give them some love in Twitch chat there. So hope you guys enjoyed the show. Ton of great games here today, and seeing the bench warmers come out on top is awesome. Great squad there, and obviously some big names that are trying to jump back into things here after some changes on the rosters that they were playing on. Meanwhile, Intel's second place, Pop-Tarts just sneaking up there into third, and they're obviously going to be kicking themselves a little bit because likely if they win one of those games that they got into late, they probably end up grabbing second, but still a good 51-point performance from them. So good on Pop-Tarts. And Pop-Tarts week isn't done, ladies and gentlemen. We have Pro Night tomorrow night. We'll be back here once again with more action at 4 p.m. Pacific time at twitch.tv/esportsarena tomorrow night. So don't miss out on that. And if you guys miss any of the action either tonight or tomorrow, you want to get caught up on everything going on in SeriesE and the Apex Legends scene as a whole, don't miss me on Final Circle this Friday. That'll be live once again here at twitch.tv/esportsarena at 5 p.m. Pacific time. We'll be breaking everything down that happened this week, so don't miss out on that. And for those of you, if you're watching the show and you want to get in on the fun, I mentioned at the top, anybody can come and compete on Tuesday nights. Signups are in fact live right now for next week's open night. So if you head over to matcherino.com/ESA, get in there. It fills up fast. You can sign up right now, so make sure to check that out. Pop-Tarts week continues tomorrow. That's going to be all for me, ladies and gentlemen. So for myself, the entire live broadcast crew, and everybody here at Esports Arena, thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you again tomorrow.
I feel like I'm caustic, I'm breathing on gas. They're on the smoke, patiently wait to attack. I feel like I lost it, I see through the gas. Obnoxious,